Okay, okay. Okay, so I'd like to call the Committee of the Whole meeting of March 4th, 2024 to order. Good evening, everyone. My name is J.D. Pachriva, Councillor and Chair of the Planning and Economic Development Committee. I would like to begin by reading a safety notice. In the event of an emergency, please evacuate council chambers to the nearest exit through the chamber doors and obey all instructions given. And if assistance is required, please see our Deputy Clerk, Devan. So we will follow Devan in the event of an emergency. Once you've evacuated the building, please gather in the front parking lot outside of Town Hall. Also, please ensure your cell phones are on silent or turned off. And lastly, the Town of Lincoln Committee of the Whole meetings are posted on our YouTube channel. Closed captioning is available on all of our videos by selecting the closed captioning button on the bottom right of the video. Members of committee are all in attendance this evening. We have staff in attendance in person and remotely. Additionally, we have representatives from Upper Canada Consultants as well as resident delegations attending this evening. Are there any declarations of interest this evening? Councillor Murray.
Thank you very much, Chair. In the interest of transparency, I would like to declare an interest. I am employed by the Ontario Craft Wineries, and one of our delegations this evening, Mr. Teal, is a member of our Board of Directors. As such, I will be removing myself during his delegation.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor, and so noted. So, do members have any amendments to the order of tonight's agenda? Okay, I see none. So, statutory public meetings. We have one statutory public meeting this evening. The purpose of the public meeting is to provide background information, receive comments from the public, and consider questions regarding the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment by Upper Canada Consultants. We will consider the report associated with the item immediately after the statutory public meeting has concluded. Section 51(20) and 34(12) of the Planning Act requires that before passing a zoning bylaw amendment, committee must ensure that sufficient information and material is available to understand generally the proposal being considered, and committee must hold at least one public meeting for the purpose of giving the public an opportunity to make representations regarding the proposed amendment or amendments. If a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Town of Lincoln before the zoning amendment is approved or a decision is made on the draft plan of subdivision, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of Town Council to the Ontario Land Tribunal, OLT. Personal information is collected under the authority of the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act and may be contained in an appendix to a staff report, published in the meeting agenda, delegation list, and/or the minutes of the public meeting and made part of the public record. The Town of Lincoln collects this information in order to make informed decisions on the relevant issues and to notify interested parties of committee's decisions. Names and addresses contained in submitted correspondence and other information will be available to the public unless the individual expressly requests the town to remove their personal information. The disclosure of this information is governed by the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Our public meeting is for the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for Upper Canada Consultants, and our senior planner will provide introductory comments. Mr. Workington, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So this development's been discussed, or this development tonight has been discussed for a few years now and involves a lot of work between town staff and the owner and their development team. Prior to this development that you see here today, the owner had obtained site plan approval to construct a gas station and food hall, similar to the type that you'd see on the South Service Road and in other station areas along the QEW, like in Grimsby. However, since that time, and since 2021, the owners obtained or proposed a development that really better matches the planning policies for this site. So within the town's planning policies for this site, which is the Go Station secondary plan, it's really been identified for employment uses and, where applicable, some residential. While it's not as close to the Go Station site as other properties, our policies do allow for the consideration of residential uses in addition to the already permitted employment activities. So The key areas of discussion over the past 2 years have really been focused on, ensuring that the minimum jobs per hectare employment target are met, ensuring compatibility with adjacent land uses, creating a site design that would create a unique area within Lincoln and kind of provides a good introduction to the town if you're coming through, providing sufficient parking for the variety of land uses, as a residential, office, hotel, and event center, as well as some retail, and providing sufficient amenity space, both for residents living within the buildings, but also outdoor amenity space for the residents, workers, and visitors to the site. So, as shown in the information report, the current proposal meets, the minimum employment density, provides amenity space in excess of what our zoning requires, meets parking requirements, and propose a site design that, we feel is really unique and attractive for people living, visiting, and passing through Lincoln. And thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Josh. So, we have one registered delegation for this item this evening. Please note delegations may speak for a maximum of 5 minutes. Once we've received the delegation, committee will transition directly into the report and the motion. So our delegation for this evening on this topic is Ethan Lehman, planner, and William Hycoop, planning manager from Upper Canada Consultants. Gentlemen, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, members of council. My name is Ethan. As was mentioned, this is William Hycoop. We're just going to go through a brief presentation to give an overview of the applications and the proposal, and then we'll be open for some questions.
Just going to get that loaded for you.
Please,
One moment.
thank you. So jumping into things, so this slide shows the subject lands and their surrounding context. So you can see the subject lands in the center of the screen highlighted in red. They're located on the north side of the QEW, east of Ontario Street, and they're about 550 meters south of Lake Ontario. Generally, the lands on the north side of the QEW are located in the agricultural area, with the exception of this property and the adjacent parcel on the other side of Ontario Street, which are located in the Beamsville urban area. The surrounding agricultural lands accommodate a range of uses, including vineyards, greenhouse, a landscape business, and some rural residential properties. To the south of the QEW is commercial and industrial area, as well as town hall where we're located right now, which is visible from the highway as you're driving along. And further to the south of this area, generally beginning around Green Lane Road, begins the town's residential areas. And finally, the property is about 1 kilometer north of the future proposed GO station, which you can see labeled on the west side of Ontario Street. So in this slide, I want to get into the planning and land use context for the property. So beginning at the top with the provincial policy statement, also referred to as the PPS. So the PPS sets the policy foundation for regulating growth and development throughout the province. So the subject lands are located within a settlement area. As designated under the PPS, settlement areas are directed to be the focus and growth of development throughout the province. The PPS also encourages that settlement areas be developed with a mix of land uses and compact development patterns that make efficient use of land and infrastructure. So moving on to the growth plan provides more specific growth-related policies tailored to the greater Golden Horseshoe area, which includes all of the Niagara region. The growth plan identifies the area around the future GO station as a major transit station area. Major transit station areas are required to be developed to a minimum density of 150 people and jobs per hectare. Third, we get into the Niagara official plan, which applies to all of the municipalities in the region. You'll notice as we get further down the planning hierarchy, the documents become more area specific. So the Niagara official plan designates the area surrounding the future GO station as a protected major transit station area, which corresponds with the designation under the growth plan. The lands within this designation under the Niagara official plan are planned to be the focus for accommodating intensification and higher density mixed uses in a more compact built form. And the Niagara official plan echoes a similar per hectare jobs and density to the growth plan. So now getting into the local policies, we move to the Town of Lincoln official plan. Under the town's OP, the lands are located in the Beamsville GO secondary plan area. The secondary plan was adopted by the town to implement the higher level provincial and regional policies pertaining to the future transit station. So under the secondary plan, the property is designated as office commercial, which is intended for uses like offices, hotels, medical clinics, commercial schools, personal service uses, banks, and financial services, and limited retail, sales, and service commercial uses. And finally, we get to the town zoning bylaw. In line with their designation under the secondary plan, they're zoned as office commercial with similar permitted uses to those permitted under the secondary plan. So now focusing on the subject lands themselves, you can see the subject lands labeled on this slide. The yellow color represents the extent of the Beamsville urban area boundary. So the subject lands are about 4.077 hectares, or about 10 acres in area. They're irregularly shaped as defined by the North Service Road and the QEW off-ramp. The property has frontage on Ontario Street, the North Service Road, and the off-ramp. They're currently comprised of 2 parcels, however, the lands will have to be merged into 1 parcel to facilitate the development proposal. Available aerial imagery indicates that the lands were previously farmed, but have been vacant for the past 25 years or so. As Josh mentioned, a site plan application was previously approved to allow for a gas station to be built on the property. The property does not contain any regulated environmental features or areas. So getting into the development proposal itself, the development proposal consists of 6 buildings, a hotel and event center located in the eastern portion of the site, and 3 mixed residential and commercial buildings. A commercial building located in the south central portion of the site, and 3 mixed residential and commercial buildings. 2 of the mixed-use buildings are located centrally along the North Service Road, and the other mixed-use building is located at the western corner of the site along Ontario Street in the North Service Road. In total, the planned development contains 403 residential dwelling units and 4,678 square meters, or just over 50,000 square feet of commercial space in addition to the hotel and event center. The development is supported by 795 parking spaces, which exceeds the minimum parking requirement in the zoning bylaw. 329 of these spaces are located in the above-ground parking areas, which you can see on this slide, and are accessed from 2 entrances along the North Service Road. The remaining 466 spaces are located in an underground parking area, which can be accessed from ramps located in buildings A, B, and D. An additional 14 parking spaces are located partially or entirely in the MTO setback.
Yeah, Ethan, so that was, that bell was the 5 minutes, so let me ask council, because I understand you got a bunch of slides left.
Yep.
We want to hear this, so if council is attainable to extending the time limit for the presentation to proceed. Just hands, show of hands? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. So 14 of the parking spaces are located partially or entirely in the 14-meter MTO setback and are not counted towards the minimum parking requirements for the site. The development also incorporates a significant amount of programmed open space, so this includes a linear park in the northwestern portion of the property between buildings B and D. The park is intended to remain in private ownership, but to be publicly accessible. Consideration has also been made for a multi-use trail along the southern flankage of the site within the MTO setback. The trail would connect from Ontario Street to the North Service Road, and would also traverse along the stormwater management pond, which you can see in the far right-hand side of the site plan. The area around the pond is proposed to be landscaped so that it can also contribute to the landscaped character of the development. In addition to the landscape spaces, the buildings themselves are proposed to include amenity space for the residents. So this includes private balconies for each unit, as well as common rooftop and indoor amenity areas in each of the mixed-use buildings. So this slide shows a rendering of the proposed development viewed from the south towards Lake Ontario. In the following slides, I'll get into more detail about the individual buildings, but in this slide, I want to point out some of the overarching design principles that have been applied to the development. So first, you'll notice the commercial building and the hotel and event center have been placed in the southern portion of the site. This provides the greatest amount of highway exposure to these uses, which benefit from the high visibility. The hotel and event center are also located in the same area, so these buildings naturally will have overlapping users. Moving to the northern area of the site, the concept of the main entrance was to provide a traditional Main Street experience when entering the site. So this is achieved by having buildings A and B frame the main entrance, which provides visibility to the ground floor commercial units located in these buildings. The traditional Main Street design language is carried through with the use of parallel parking spaces in front of the units, which reflects what you would see in a typical downtown area. The buildings are also L-shaped to provide positive frontage towards the North Service Road and the internal driving aisle. Similarly, Building D is also L-shaped to activate the corner of Ontario Street in the North Service Road and provides direct frontage to both of these roads. So getting into the individual buildings and starting off with the hotel and event center. The hotel is visible in the background of this slide. It's proposed to be 6 stories in height and contains 90 guest rooms. It also includes typical hotel amenities like a fitness room, common for a lot of hotels in the area. The event center, visible in the foreground, is attached to the hotel and has 1,545 square meters of floor space across 2 levels. So moving on to the proposed mixed-use buildings. Buildings A and B are shown in the top image, with Building A being on the left and Building B on the right. The bottom image shows Building D. So Building A contains 934 square meters of ground floor commercial space and 149 dwelling units. Building B contains 798 square meters of ground floor commercial space with 121 units. And Building D contains 803 square meters of ground floor space, commercial space with 133 residential units. All of the mixed-use buildings are 9 stories in height, with a step-down 8-story portion to enable the provision of rooftop amenity space. The buildings also include a podium, which provides a pedestrian scale at the street level and introduces materials and colors that break up the design and add to the visual interest of the buildings, and particularly enhance the commercial uses on the ground floor. So Building C is proposed to be an entirely commercial building catering to professional office or medical type uses. The building has 3 floors and contains 2,233 square meters of gross floor space. So this slide outlines the application process required to implement the proposed development. So the 2 applications that have been submitted to date are the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications. These applications would implement the land use and built form permissions for the development. Subject to the approval of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments, the development would need to go through site plan approval, which is the process through which detailed design considerations are reviewed. And finally, condominium approval will be required to establish the individual ownership of the units and the shared facilities on site. So moving on to the proposed amendments, this table shows the proposed zoning changes for the site. The amendment proposes to add a number of permitted uses to the property, including residential uses, as well as a number of commercial uses, which are included in the official plan, but not in the zoning bylaw. Restrictions on residential and retail uses are proposed to protect the commercial and employment generating function of the property. The amendment also includes some site-specific zoning provisions, including for minimum exterior side yard setback, minimum front and exterior side yard setback, maximum building height, minimum drive aisle width, and minimum parking requirement for the hotel. So the proposed official plan amendment keeps the property in the office commercial designation, but expands the types of uses that are permitted on the property, adding residential, retail, and service commercial uses. The amendment maintains the anticipated employment generating function of the property envisioned under the existing office commercial land use permissions, while the addition of residential units supports the long-term viability of the commercial uses on site, and also supports the future GO Transit station. So as I've been alluding to, one of the key considerations for the proposed development was to maintain an appropriate amount of employment on the site in recognition of the intended function of the property for commercial uses under the official plan and zoning bylaw. So an employment density of 45 jobs per hectare was targeted for the development, which reflects the employment generation allocated to the site through the town's development charges background study. As you can see in the slide, the site is expected to generate 229 total jobs, or about 56 jobs per hectare, which exceeds this minimum target. A number of studies and reports were completed as part of the background for this development. So first, the functional servicing report was completed by our office and describes how the development will be serviced with water, sanitary, and wastewater infrastructure. Second, a noise and vibration study was prepared by RWDI, which recommends minor mitigation measures. The measures would be implemented through the detailed design phase and reviewed through the future site plan application. RWDI also completed a wind study, which found that wind conditions on the site post-development would generally be comfortable for pedestrians throughout the year. Finally, a traffic impact study was completed by GHD. The report made 5 main conclusions. First, that the trip generation for the proposed development will not cause capacity issues within the existing road network and can be accommodated by study area intersections. Second, the report recommends an all-way stop at the Ontario Street North Service Road intersection and signal optimization at the Ontario Street eastbound QEW off-ramp to improve traffic flow. Third, the report confirms that the entrances meet Transportation Association of Canada geometric design guidelines and there are no sight line concerns. Fourth, the proposed parking supply exceeds the minimum parking requirement under the zoning bylaw. And finally, the report concludes that waste collection, fire emergency delivery, and passenger vehicles can navigate the site. So that brings me to the end of the presentation. I appreciate your time and attention, and we're open to any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Ethan and William. Any questions to the delegation from committee? Okay. Councilor Bernay, start us off, please.
Thank you, Chair Patriba. Thanks for the presentation. Understanding we're probably, at the very beginning of the process here, but I'm just wondering if, the applicant, the developer that you represent, has there been any discussion with regards to buildings A, B, and D in relationship to the 403 units and whether some of those will be incorporated with affordable housing, attainable housing?
At this point, we're a little bit early on in the stage to determine what the construction budget and what the margins are, but we could certainly take that back to the owner and see if there's any interest in doing a partnership with a nonprofit or something like that. I can certainly circle back with the owner on that.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Follow-up question, Councillor Patriba. Again, with regards to the applicant that you represent, the hotel and the event center, does he have an agreement with a major hotel chain?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. At this point in time, we have been talking and secured a preliminary deal with Fairfield by Marriott. So that's an existing permitted use on the site now as it exists under the zoning now. So we felt comfortable going ahead and putting that type of deal together. So that really goes hand in hand with the ability to provide the conference center there with the hotel. Yep.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Chair Patriba.
Thank you, Councilor Bernay. Councilor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the presenters. Question about the developer that you represent. How many projects of this size have they already completed up to this point?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so this is something definitely newer for them. They haven't completed something of this magnitude, but we are looking at partnering with a very experienced builder to come on board to actually construct the apartment dwellings. So I'm not sure if you noticed the property was briefly listed for a couple days. We're trying to express and gather interest from several different people in the industry looking at partnering with someone to actually construct this. So as we move through the approval stage, we'll be looking at taking on a partner who has the experience and expertise to construct these buildings.
Okay. And follow up, Mr. Chair. So has the developer developed anything prior to this on their own, or is it always with a partner?
No, through you, Mr. Chair, they've certainly done other developments. As indicated at the outset, there was a gas station approval on this land, so that's typically more the scale and type of development that they do commonly throughout the GTA. So it's not their first time doing development. I think it's more of something of this scale.
Okay. And last question, and it's more of a statement, similar to Councillor Brunet about the affordable/attainable housing. I think the expectation would be, if we are going to grant the approval to go from 6 stories to 9 stories, that there has to be some form of affordable housing or attainable housing in that mix. And to me, I think the fair rate would be, if we're going up 3 stories times 3 buildings, I would imagine that 2 of those floors would be affordable or attainable housing. So that's what my expectation would be going into any approval after this. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Russell. Councillor McLeod.
Thank you very much, Chair Patrieva. Through you to the presenters. With this proposal, the increase in heights are approximately 35% and 71% increases. Why are we going so high? Why, we know what the site allows for currently. Why are we looking for such, I think they're quite the increase, you know, a little more significant than, you know, minor.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So at this point in time, it's a little bit of a couple different measures. First off, the economic component of it, the underground garage and the accommodation of the required parking spaces is quite expensive. So being able to go up another 3 stories really gives us a little bit of a wiggle room and a margin to be able to deliver development. We've done some preliminary pro forma work with a surveyor to understand where we're at, and so that was one of the drivers. Secondly, the driver was maintaining the amount of activity and accessibility to those commercial spaces. I'm sure you're aware some of the other commercial spaces along this QEW corridor have not taken off necessarily as well as a lot of other communities have hoped. So we've come forward with what we feel is a balanced proposal that, yes, does go higher in height, but provides those residential uses and units in an efficient economic way that will really help support the viability of that commercial use long-term.
Thank you very much. And another question, if I may, just the site was previously zoned for a gas station or some sort of, you know, truck stop maybe, or something like that. Was it the same owner that was proposing to do that? And if so, why didn't that owner move forward with building what he was intending to build, or she was intending to build at that time, and wait for the length of time that they did?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so really the approvals process for that kind of happened simultaneously with some of the GO station and the official plan approvals that came in place and redesignated the property. So previously the property was a prestige industrial zone, and through the GO station secondary plan update and the new zoning bylaw, that had changed. So as Josh indicated at the outset, we have been working on this for quite a few years already at this point. The owner first came to the town with an idea like this back in 2021. So with developments of this size and magnitude, it certainly takes a lot of time and preparation to put a good development forward. So had those uses not been changed, I think we'd be looking at a gas station being built already today. But considering that change in policy, the change in designation and the zoning, there really lay an opportunity to do more with the land, to have a better use that would better serve the community than just another gas station.
Appreciate that. I think the concern I have is that we rezone it, it gets rezoned, and similar to the point that I think Councillor Russell was trying to make is anything actually going to happen here? Are we just rezoning it for this sort of development, and is it actually going to happen? And that's where I'd like to see something actually happen, as opposed to just rezoning it. And as you mentioned earlier, it was listed for sale, I think, for $20 million. So it seems to be a financial benefit to this zoning that would be better than, let's say, a gas station. So that's where I'd like to make sure something actually happens.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's certainly a fair point. And I think, as the other councillor indicated, we've gone that step and signed up with the Fairfield Marriott, knowing that that's already a permitted use. So that hotel and conference center are proposed to be the first phase. So we'd like to move into site plan approvals on that component of it as soon as possible, so that we can start working on detailed designs for that and deliver that as a first phase. So they're extremely serious about that, and I understand your concern about listing the property. As I indicated, we're really seeking partners to do this project with. That was the reason for the very brief listing, is getting some of that interest from people who have experience doing this kind of thing, and it was successful. I can't speak to exactly that deal right now, but there's something in the works based off of that listing.
Third question, if I may. Have yourselves or the owners consulted with the neighboring businesses or the area residents on a personal level to gauge their thoughts on this proposal?
Not directly. We've had the open house, which was attended by some residents who expressed their concerns. But the GO Station secondary plan was a public process that recently went through. So I don't think it should be a big surprise that something is going to happen on this property. Obviously, we're in here now looking for amendments. The scale might not have been expected, but to say that no development was expected, I don't think is true either. But no, we have not had that direct line of conversation yet.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Michalak. Councillor Reimer.
Thank you, Chair Patriva. Thanks, William and Ethan, for your presentation. Thank you, especially for the 3D pictures. That's great. I think that helps, especially people in the audience too, and I know around the horseshoe here too, to see the 3D perspectives. Thank you very much. Parking. I know, realized or I recognize that your traffic study did say that parking exceeds minimum standards, and in our staff report, there's an appendix that has all the parking calculations in there. But I would view this as one of the most, extreme distinctions or delineations from this development to existing farmland, agriculture. And so with the parking, I noticed, and again, I think it's in our staff report, that you're utilizing underground parking, and I'm a proponent of that. I think that's great. But I just, my question through you, Chair Patriva, would be, has the developer thought about using more of the underground parking than what's shown, or maybe it's not quite as visible? And my reason is there any and my second question to that, is there any contingency for more, in quotation marks? I don't know what more would be, but there's no, back to my original point, there's no overflow here. Like, it's abrupt. And so, if the wedding's really big at the hotel one evening and everybody has their grandkids over for dinner and like there's lots of parking, is there two phases? Have they looked at utilizing as much of the underground parking as possible? Or is there something built in for that? I realize there doesn't have to be, but has that been considered, or is that something you've talked about?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I think, practically speaking, there's a market requirement from a parking perspective, and then a zoning requirement from a parking perspective. So we've certainly considered that. We've designed the parking garage in a manner that it accommodates at least one vehicle parking spot per residential unit, and that the surface spaces would be used for visitors and the commercial uses. There is an opportunity to do a minor expansion of the parking garage as it goes towards the hotel. So if we find things are tight, we do have the opportunity to expand that garage. But I think the real benefit is by having the paired conference center with the hotel. Let's say you have a wedding or something like that. Often people stay in the hotel and go to the reception at the conference center. So I think there's certainly efficiencies that are recognized in some of those shared parking spaces. So I think we've taken, again, a balanced approach in looking at the market requirements, ensuring that we'd be able to sell those units with a parking space, understanding the type of community that we live in, but also have organized the layout of the surface parking lot in a manner that the conference center and a hotel can really share those spaces. And then we've got a separate surface parking lot as kind of in on the west side and behind Ontario Street. That'll be a little bit more isolated away from the hotel and conference center on the one end. So we feel that parking is going to be well accommodated on the site. And like I said, worst case scenario, if we need to expand that underground garage a little bit, we do have the space to do it. It's not quite under the whole site.
Okay. Thank you for that answer. I realize there's a cost to underground parking, but in a space like this to utilize as much as we can. So it's good to know there's some extra there if needed be. One more question, Councillor, Chair Patriva. I guess more of a comment to the developer and I guess through the development of the residential portion like this is, again, because of this abrupt, transition zone, we've got Hendricks Greenhouses, we've got Westbrook, we've got farm, normal farm practices, most of us would say, but people who are moving there, is there somehow that you're going to be made aware of what's going on if someone starts spraying at 4 o'clock in the morning or bird bangers start going off at, that type of thing? Like it is, again, to that transition is very tight. There's busier cycles for greenhouse operations. So just so that, people who move there are aware that that's what's going on.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. So as typical through interface such as this, it's a standard requirement that clauses are put in the site plan agreement that require all purchase and sale agreements that have notifications on title. So if someone's coming in and signing a purchase and sale agreement, they get a disclosure statement that would outline these warning clauses. So that would be similar to how we would deal with noise. The agricultural interface will certainly be one of those. Done many sites on the edge adjacent to agricultural, and that is what we commonly do. People are spreading manure or spraying, or there's certainly ancillary impacts. So we want to make sure that people are aware, notified up front, and that way, if they are complaining about it, they went into it knowingly, and that's what they bought. And so it's all up front, and they're signing off on that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reimer. Councillor Renchema.
Thank you, Chair Patriva, and thank you for the presentation. My question is I'm wondering about the office building, the commercial office building. I know it's a permitted use, so I'm not going to ask why you're asking for permissions for it, because you're not. But I'm curious about what kind of research went into it. There was discussion earlier on, you want to make sure that those buildings are supported by the residential on the property. So I'm curious what kind of work went into it, what kind of market research went into the viability of office buildings in the area. Curious what you came up with.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So it was a concern at the outset of our process, and as indicated in the information report, there was varying development schemes that were contemplated before we approached this. Some of those previous schemes did not have that. But we felt it was important based on actually some of the discussions with staff, the usership, the absorption rate of some of the other commercial uses such as medical uses, some of those professional businesses in the Casablanca area have been starting to fill up. So the time this building comes online, it would still be at least 4 or 5 years away. So we feel like there was a sufficient gap in time between some of these other commercial areas that allowed us an opportunity to get more usership and more interest. So we have retained a market consultant. We've gone through various different studies about size of units, amount of commercial space. So we have looked at those with a marketing consultant, and initially the numbers weren't that great regarding a commercial use. But in the end, we thought that we could make it work with the length of time that such a substantial development would be proceeding on. And that way we have the opportunity to phase it. If there's more demand earlier on as we're building the hotel and conference center, that's something that we can move up in the construction timeline. The 3-story nature of it is much easier to build than the bigger units. And then conversely, if there is an interest, maybe that interest would come along as the residential units are built. So we feel like we've put ourselves in a good position to see how things go.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I was also, you mentioned that you had had discussions with staff, and it sounds like they were encouraging the use.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that was certainly the case. I know there was a concern about ensuring that we had the job creation on this site, and there wasn't that, pure type of employment use. So we feel that this gives a little bit more bang for the buck instead of having, retail or some of those other ancillary type of job generating uses. This is more a bona fide office, commercial type use that's pure function is providing those jobs and employment.
Okay, thank you. And I have another question. In one of the renderings that in the package, it says stormwater management pond above. Can you tell me what that means?
Yeah, I can't specifically refer to what slide, but yes, there's a large stormwater management facility in the southeast corner on the bottom right-hand side. So that stormwater management facility would take all the water runoff that's generated from the impervious surface. So we're changing grass or farmland into buildings and pavement, and yes, there will be landscaping, but there will be more water runoff. So we'll have to control our pre to post development flows, ensuring that no additional water goes into the Bartlett Creek and causes negative impacts downstream. I think even an additional measure is because we're adjacent to the interchange in the MTO, we have to reach and qualify for an enhanced standard to address the MTO requirements. So I feel very comfortable that stormwater management will be well managed on the site and accommodate all the excess flows.
Okay, thank you. I'm curious what the above part means. I don't know why it says stormwater management pond above.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
It's certainly at grade and a hole in ground, so it's nothing above grade if that's.
Okay. Sorry, I don't know where I got that from. I screenshotted it and put it in my notes, but somewhere in there, there's a gray, it shows the stormwater management pond as gray, and it says stormwater management pond above, but.
Maybe just a label referring to the area above, I'm not sure.
Well, I guess it's not that meaningful, because, so further to that, I'm wondering, do we know much about the design of the stormwater management pond at this point? Because there's one in Beamsville right now it's not fenced in, and it's an amenity area in and of itself. I'm wondering if we know at this point what the plans are for that.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so that's certainly our intent here, to make it more of a landscaped amenity feature. So as the design, the landscape image shows, there's quite a few trees, a path walking around the outside that would tie into a new sidewalk along the North Service Road. So our intent is, and we actually, because there was a previous gas station approval on it that had a similar runoff coefficient, we understand that stormwater and the pond size requirements very well. So we've designed it in a manner that it has a reduced side slope. So it really creates less of a danger and a hazard to people falling in. So it creates a softer transition, allows for that landscaping and amenity component.
Okay, appreciate that, thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Timmers.
Thank you very much, Chair Pachariva, through to William and Ethan. Thank you for the presentation tonight, and excuse me, I appreciate the 3D renderings as well. I think that the visual is really, really important, so we can see the property and see what it looks like, the look and feel. And just to the audience, this is a very early in the process here. This is not an approval tonight. This is a first look at it. So I have a question. It's been asked already, but I just want to bring it up again, is the attainable housing piece. And I personally don't like affordable, that term, because I think the definition means a different thing to everyone who hears that word. So I want to say attainable, and I would hope with this number of units that there would be a fair number, not just a token couple, but a fair number And I would hope that the developer, you said that the developer would be open to perhaps partnering with a nonprofit housing organization. Did I hear that correctly?
Through Mr. Chair, so we can certainly explore those discussions with the owner. But to say there's a commitment on that at this point, I would say is premature. But in terms of attainable housing, the definition of which I believe is about 80% of a market rate. So with this, we were very careful in terms of how we did the pro forma. We need to make sure that we come in at a price point that is different than you would see for a townhouse or for a single detached house or some of those other forms of housing that are more readily available in the community. So we don't want to be, from a market perspective, competing with a price point, let's say, $700,000 for a two-bedroom. Well, you could go into the community and find something for equivalent, and you don't live in an apartment building and you have a piece of land. So we're coming forward in the mindset that we're trying to hit a different market target than you would otherwise traditionally see from a low-density perspective. What exactly those numbers are, I don't have an answer for you, but I would certainly think that many of them would be more attainable than the other forms of housing and those price points at this time.
Okay, thank you. And through you, Chair, just going down that road a little further, we have a major rental shortage in our community as well. So I would hope that some of these units maybe would be considered for rental or of one of the buildings. I don't know. I'm just putting that out there to you and perhaps to the owner of the property. So those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Timmers. Mayor Easton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen, for your presentation. Did the owner come with you this evening, and where would he or she be?
Yes, Mr. Riaz is in attendance here.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you very much for attending. Much appreciated. This is very interesting proposal, Mr. Chairman, and I mean that in a very positive sense. The report that we have before us this evening has been written, Mr. Chairman, to tie in with other decisions that the town has already made. And it is complementary, I believe, to the amount of land that we have dedicated to agriculture. And so I'm looking at this not in terms of how many stories, how many of this, how much parking, this, that. That will all be sorted out. You've already done quite a good job with the staff in dealing with many of those details. What I'm interested in is what the links are going to look like and what kind of thought process you have put into that. You may decide that there's going to be purpose-built rental. You may decide that you're going to look at attainable housing. Both of those would be very good decisions. We have a GO station. We have a GO bus that's across the highway on the south side. We have a future GO station. And so if I'm going to live here, I want to know what my access is going to be like. And that's really my question, Mr. Chairman. How do you see this fitting in? And do you see yourselves, and does the owner see himself, does the company see itself engaging with the town, possibly with the MTO, to look at how all of this will tie together? Because it looks like it should, and it is a positive feeling that I have about those connections and how important they're going to be given the way that you have isolated this. There is no gas station, Mr. Chairman. Therefore, there's no interference with the businesses that are in town. It is a banquet facility that is separate from our wineries. That's a good thing because people will make choices. And so there's things like that that really set this up as being part and parcel of a bigger decision-making picture that the town council has already been involved in. So my question is around that, Mr. Chairman.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, certainly, we've considered this location on the North Service Road admittedly is a odd piece of land to have in the urban boundary, but in and of itself, it does give us an opportunity. There is an existing sidewalk that goes across the top of the overpass. There is an existing guardrail that runs along the Ontario Street frontage. So we've done some preliminary landscape plans, and we'd really like to activate and enhance the pedestrian connection along that Ontario Street frontage. We'd like to provide some connections to a main door that goes into the building at the corner. But also, I think one of the recommendations of the traffic report that requires the North Service Road and Ontario Street intersection to be changed to a four-way stop will also allow for some enhancements for pedestrian connections at that intersection as well. So there's been a number of discussions about how we can improve that interface to make sure that, yes, while we live in a predominantly vehicle-dependent community, long-term, as this area of town evolves, we want to ensure that it becomes a piece of the puzzle and doesn't stand out. So we want to make sure that there's good pedestrian connectivity over the overpass, there's safe pedestrian movements at the intersection, and we feel that some of these changes and through the site plan approval process, we'd be able to implement our vision to really take off that existing guardrail, push the sidewalk away from the back of curb, create a safe environment for any pedestrians that are walking along there, while at the same time maintaining the vehicular access. So our hope is that it becomes part of the bigger picture for this part of town, and we'd be happy to engage in further discussions with staff about other improvements that may be warranted outside of the immediate frontage of the property.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I believe that what we're hearing is that the company is not just coming in to plunk some buildings on this property, but that you have, that you fully intend to design it and engage in discussions that will ensure that you are connected, that you have a connection to the community, in that you are assisting and fulfilling this council's desires and the agenda that we've been working on for some time. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Your Worship. And I've got a couple questions that weren't answered, so I'm going to ask Vice Chair Murray to take over as chair so I can ask my questions. So, there we go. Here we go.
All right, Councillor Patripa, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Murray. So, guys, thank you very much for the presentation. Long underdeveloped site. Actually, a little historical context. Part of my grandparents' farm when the QEW was expropriated back in the 50s. So if you don't have a name for it, Pachiriva Place, I think, has a nice ring. Just kidding. That way people would be able to pronounce it, but, all kidding aside. Councilor Reimer talked about parking. So, sports dad, right? Kids played lacrosse, kids played hockey. I raised the Spocky and eyebrow when the hotel was 0.8 spaces per unit. Okay, so town is actively involved in sports tourism coming. So if I'm staying at the hotel, where do I park?
Through Madam Chair. Yeah, so if you're staying at the hotel, there's a large surface parking area just outside of it that there's several hundred parking spaces. So that is to be used jointly with the community center. So based on our discussions with the Fairfield Marriott, that there's rarely a point in time where the entire hotel is 100% used. And simultaneously, if it is, a lot of those people are using the conference center at a similar time. So there's a little bit of overlap there that allows a practical element of usership. The other component of it is most of the units within this development are 1 or 2 bedroom type units. So you're not going to get maybe the size of families that you would see in a single detached dwelling and that kind of thing. So yes, while we are seeking a minor reduction from the hotel rate, we feel it's really paired together with the conference center, and the sharing of those spaces will be enough to provide parking for the hotel.
Okay. Follow-up to that, Vice Chair? So, in a perfect world, and this is best-case scenario, and this is what you want. So there's a hockey tournament in town. The hotel's booked. There's 2 weddings going on in the event center at capacity. My kids were goalies. So if I have to park in between building, 8, that place closer to Ontario Street, and even though their bags had wheels on them, and drag it across the parking lot with goalie equipment and bags in the snow, I'm not going to be too happy. So I would just, and I think what you want is the capacity there all the time. So I would encourage you to try to meet that each hotel room has a spot in close proximity, if I may.
Certainly, yeah, that's something we can take back and consider,
Okay.
absolutely. I will add that we have shown and illustrated as part of the design a 2-way drop-off aisle along the side of the hotel and conference center. So you might not have to wheel those bags that far, but certainly we want to ensure that there's a functional element there, making sure that there is convenience, there is all those
Okay.
traditional type of attributes that go into the development to make sure that it's marketable, functional, and will work long-term.
Okay, thank you very much. Second question, if I may, VC? Okay. Recreational trail. I noticed that along the south side of the property, and I highlighted on the diagram limestone screening. Wanted to get your thought behind that. So how, and I'm looking at Councilor Renshima, how practical is that from a accessibility issue? So someone in a wheelchair or someone in a walker trying to navigate along that.
Yeah, so we're viewing it a little bit more like a multi-use trail that you would see through a landscape or a wooded area. Certainly, the limestone gravel is not the type of material we have to do. It was an idea the landscape architect pitched. But the idea is that trail is accessible, whether it's limestone screenings or asphalt, something of a permanent nature. That's certainly something we can take back and make sure that as we move into the site plan stage, if we were to get our approval, we'd consider exactly what all those details were and ought to be, and ensure that our designs comply with OADA, those type of requirements.
Okay, terrific, because Councilor Timmers and myself are on our active communities, and one thing we noticed in COVID is that people want to get out and move around. So especially, people in the apartment buildings, I think it's imperative that the multi-use trail be clean during the winter, and whether it's a permeable paver or something to that ilk to encourage movement around the facility. I think you've got it 80% right, and let's just get that extra 20 to make it usable for everyone, 365 days of the year.
Yeah, absolutely, if I may. Yeah, that was our intent. Also, understanding its location on the north side of the QEW, we wanted to have a loop that people would be able to do. So with this development, there would be some improvements, enhancements to the North Service Road. The intention is to have a sidewalk along there that would link into the Ontario Street sidewalk. So with that multi-use trail going around the south side, coming around the stormwater management facility, it kind of creates a loop where, you're walking your dog, you can let them go to the washroom by the pond and then finish your loop and that kind of thing, right? So there was consideration into how that interacts with everything. And then by having the sidewalk along the North Service Road, it'll actually go right alongside the linear park that we're proposing. So it really creates that complete loop, then having that with that active amenity space.
Yeah, no, that's terrific. Third question, if I may, Vice Chair. Okay, thank you. You're too kind. Third question, signage. So you said Fairfield Marriott. So, and you've positioned the hotel, so as you're coming, let me get my, westbound on the QEW, you would see it. So signage, would it be on the side of the building or above the building, or would it be something like the McDonald's on the south side with a gigantic standalone post and sign on top? So just curious how you're going to attract riders or travelers along the QEW to stop at your.
Yeah, so certainly. So part of the process that we've gone through with Fairfield Marriott was actually to get similar building permit level drawings from other types of hotels that they've done. So we've been able to review them, and actually the elevations submitted with our package now illustrate that there would be signage on the building, no large monstrous signs that project up into space, no, but it's proposed to be a 6-story building, so there would be your typical building side signage.
Okay, terrific. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Over to you, Chair.
Okay, awesome. So, thank you very much, fellas. There being no further registered delegates, are there any persons present wishing to address committee regarding the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment by Upper Canada Consultants? Please come forward and state your name, spelling your surname for the record. Remember to please ensure you are speaking to new and relevant information and not reiterating previous comments made. So, I'll ask us. Come on, I'm going to do my Bob Barker, come on down.
Good evening. First name Jacqueline, last name Selms. And my question would be is if there's been any consultation with Niagara Conservation on having the glass to prevent birds from flying in, or anything based on you're taking so much land that might have been zoned for a gas station, but now you're using so much more that might have been grasslands or other. So has there been any looks from a environmental or conservation standpoint on how else we can combine that, given that Niagara is so interested in supporting the agriculture and the environmental features within our community?
Okay, William or Ethan, if you might want to come back up and field that. Thank you very much.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. Yeah, so as typical with these larger mid-rise or high-rise type of developments, there is what's called the bird-friendly design guidelines for glass. There's actually a film or a reflective material that's put on the glass to ensure that birds see it and don't run into it. So those bird-friendly design guidelines can certainly be looked at through the site plan approval stage.
Carla, come on forward, please.
Carla Carlson, Vineland Station. This is very interesting, and it's the first I'm hearing about it. And I don't know what the town's policy is for stormwater management ponds, but I've been wanting to come before you to ask about them. Wet stormwater management ponds are very dangerous for wildlife. So I don't know if you have thought of it in regards to wet versus dry.
Okay, question to staff, maybe Josh?
It's a good question. Thank you, Chair. So that's certainly something that we look at through the site plan stage and something that will be looked at when we're going through site plan. As the presenters noted, it will have to go through the NPCA as well as MTO and the region and the town's approval. So that's something certainly that we will consider in addition to the bird film. So, thank you.
So if you have dry stormwater management ponds, then when you landscape, it's a little less dangerous for wildlife, but if it's a wet pond, then you're doing all this beautiful landscaping, drawing in birds and wildlife. And that's a really bad magnet, so it's a bad combination.
No, we can definitely take that into consideration, and as the NPCA or Conservation Authority is commenting on this, we can also, as well as the region, we can get their feedback on that as well in terms of best practices.
May I ask a second question? I've been recently driving from St. Catharines through Lincoln at night, because I recently had to be doing that at night, whereas usually I'm just driving around during the day. So I noticed all the lights that are out there all through the countryside, and they're so bright. I won't name any companies, but I had been meaning to ask about that as well. But in regards to this particular development, lights at night really hurt the bird migration paths, and it causes a lot of problems for other wildlife as well. So,
Josh or Ethan, do you want to field the lighting question, please?
Yes, certainly. So as this development moves forward, we would be required to go through the site plan approval stage, including in that stage, we would have to hire an electrical engineer. They would have to complete a lighting and photometric plan. So that lighting and photometric plan basically employs a lighting scheme across the buildings and parking lot. And then the photometric plan is, it actually provides a measurement of lumens or lux. And we're not permitted to have any light trespass beyond the property line. We have to ensure that the luminaires are pointed down with appropriate shielding on them. So that's a fairly typical requirement. I feel confident we can address through that site plan approval stage.
Terrific, thank you very much. Josh or Matt, anything you want to add to? Yeah, go ahead, Josh.
So one other thing to consider is that the Ministry of Transportation will be commenting on this, and they have very strict standards on light trespassing. So, in addition to what the proponent or applicant mentioned, that light trespassing is serious and we don't allow it to go onto other properties, so.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other persons wishing to comment on this? Please come forward, state your name and address, please.
Name is Darren Rorda, R-O-O-R-D-A. I live on Lister Road, but the second part of Lister Road. The only time we see people from the township there is Diane in the recent election. I've lived there 8 years. That's the first and only time I have had someone from the township coming down the road. I say that not as a put down, but because it's not a common space for people to go. You have to go down a private laneway, and there's a set of 6 houses down there. We have to look after that private laneway. It's not a township road, so we have it plowed. But given that the site is called, what is it called? Lakeview Lincoln Lakeview? What is anybody from the 3rd to the 9th floor going to want to do when they're looking at the lake? They're going to want to get out of the hotel or their place of residence and walk to the lake. They will want to walk to the lake down our laneway, which everybody thinks is a public road, which it is not. And I'm wondering if the developer can at all think about how it is that traffic, people traffic, or bike traffic, or car traffic is managed in that space. Because we're just going to have tons and tons of people coming down there. Now, I like people. I'm not trying to be a recluse, but I think you know what I mean. If all day and all night we're getting people sneaking through our properties to come down to the lake, it'd be an interesting conversation. The other traffic sort of issue I wouldn't mind bringing up is based on a small little story. My wife and I, we will bike on our tandem, or we will walk as much as we can. We'll often take our tandem in a little route down Green Lane Road from where we live, and then come back over the over the bridge on Ontario and back home. Or we might walk to Sobeys from our house to get groceries. That bridge on Ontario and that section of Ontario Street is not pedestrian space. So someone brought up, sort of managing the traffic to go from the obvious GO station from those apartments. They are taking their life into their hands. Just 4 or 5 months ago, I think my wife and I were driving our bike. People coming off the highway at fast speeds aren't really watching, and through a series of not watching and people going too fast and through the on-ramp onto the road, school bus designated for children of disabled nature had to skip over the curb into oncoming traffic in order to get out of the way and crash head-on into another car. So my only point is that whoever brought that up, that is so important. You're gonna bless a whole bunch of people by making sure that the pathway from the hotels and so on and the residences to the GO station is really, really safe. Bike paths, more lights, I don't know. And then there's a third one that I'm forgetting. It was really important when I was sitting down. Oh yeah, someone did mention it before, but it was from the Horseshoe. From a residential standpoint, I cannot tell you how shocking the request to go from the standard 6 stories to 9 stories is. That's not just a wee little request, that's a massive request. And I want to feel as a resident that conversation is taken seriously. Not only from the viewpoint from my deck when I look out in the middle of the night and I see all these lights and what have you, but just in terms of fit with the space. You go from agriculture and then bam, and then the amount of traffic that goes with all those increased people. I did a small little calculation. We're talking about 1,200 people if those apartment buildings are full and there's people in the hotel. That's a small town. That's Beamsville not so long ago. Well, maybe a little long ago, but 1,200 people is a lot of people to introduce into that space, and I think we could minimize that if we stayed closer to the accepted 6-story limit. So it would be my plea that you would seriously consider that.
Thank you very much. Josh, there was, Mr. Bruder, go ahead. I was going to say, there was something in the staff report about signalized intersections or something, right? Is that where you were going to go?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, that was one of the comments I was going to make, that we are and will continue to look at that. That's a good point. Obviously, we want to maximize pedestrian safety. We've been talking a lot about sidewalk connectivity and pedestrian travel going into town, so we want to make sure we're diligent with those considerations. We'll have more information for council in that regard when we come back subsequently to council for any recommendations. So definitely good comments and well taken, and agree must be considered as part of this application. But I wanted to talk a little bit to, just generally speaking, the other good point to be made as well is about pedestrian traffic going to the lake, because I do agree, people generally gravitate towards water. They enjoy it, a lot of aesthetic reasons to that. So also comments that we're going to take away and make sure that we consider. But on the build form, I think the comment is correct. You know, when you think about it and you're going from 6 stories to 9 stories, that's a substantial increase. But I also want to point out, and it's just for context, that those land use permissions for 6 stories, those were put in place as part of the GO secondary plan process, which happened back in 2018, so 6 years ago. Since then, we've seen multiple iterations of so many policies that I don't even want to bore everybody with repeating. But one of the ones in particular that's important here is now the potential GO site is actually identified by provincial policy as a major transit station area. And what comes along with that in the latest round of provincial policy, by which we're a creature of as a local area municipality, is to make sure that we maximize utilization of the lands in those areas. And there's multiple reasons for that. One, to encourage and promote future ridership, but two, just generally speaking, to utilize the existing urban land that's available, especially at a site like this, where it's within that particular secondary plan area. So again, not to take anything away from the comments provided, valid for sure. I just wanted to provide a little bit of the land use context behind that. So hopefully that helps. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bruder. So Anyone else present wishing to address committee regarding the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment by Upper Canada Consultants? Okay. Okay. So, I see no more questions, so thank you very much. The statutory public meeting is now adjourned. Okay. So, there being no further delegations or information for this item, I have a motion moved by Councilor Rencheva. The committee receive and file for information the following delegation regarding the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment by Upper Canada Consultants, Ethan Lemon, planner, and William Haiku, planning manager, Upper Canada Consultants. I will now ask our deputy clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair, and I have added the additional delegations to the list for
Okay.
everyone to receive.
Okay.
Give me one moment, and that is open for council to vote. Thank you. And I'll close that vote, and that motion carries. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Devan. So we will now move directly into Report PD 08-24 regarding the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment by Upper Canada Consultants. Are there any questions from committee to staff? Councilor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a very quick one, probably to Director Graham. It is about the overpass on Ontario Street and that ability to create some areas for safe pedestrian traffic, whether it be a guardrail that prevents traffic from hitting or separating the walkers and footpath users and riders. Is there ability to expand that with the MTO, or is that within our jurisdiction to alter that bridge and the configuration?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, thanks for the question. We definitely are going to have to work with the MTO and the region on how we can, best look at improving, pedestrian linkages safely over that bridge, like you're speaking to. So I think we're going to have to look at what we can sort of work with that existing bridge. We can't really make the bridge wider at this point in time, but I think we'll have to look at how we can optimize what's there in terms of, sidewalks, line painting, et cetera. So it's definitely something that we will be discussing with the MTO.
Okay. And follow up, Mr. Chair. As far as sidewalks going down Ontario Street towards the lake, if we were to create some sort of a safe passageway for tourists that want to go visit down there, as that's outside of the urban boundary, is that possible as well?
Through Mr. Chair, to the councillor, I would say we definitely could look at those opportunities in terms of if you're thinking about like a trail or something along those lines. It's something that could be considered. We usually don't build like sidewalks outside urban areas, but trails or those kind of things could be a consideration.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Russell. Councilor Brunei.
Thank you, Chair Patrick. I have a couple questions. First, through you, back to staff. So I don't want to be critical because this is obviously very early in the process, but I'm quite a stickler for what I believe is very important, and that's public engagement. So through you, Chair, I see that on February the 21st, we had what we call a community open house, and there was 8 to 10 people, residents attended. I just find that somewhat hard to believe. We're talking about a multi-million-dollar development on the major interchange coming off the Queen Elizabeth Highway in our main arterial. So I guess my only comment is I plead that our communications people and everyone involved in our team works with the developer to ensure that whatever community engagement, whatever open house, whatever interaction we plan on having is looked at very carefully, because I just think we can do better than 8 or 10 people. So thank you for that. I hope staff can discuss that with the proponent, and I see behind you Mr. Workington, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bernay, and communicating with the public is always one of the most important things that we do or consider in this in these types of applications. Recently, we've increased the size of the notice boards that you'll see. So the applicant was required to put a 2x2 board instead of just the standard small yellow ones, just to get the attention of those who were not necessarily mailed out public notices. Regarding the public notices as well, one of the reasons, 8 to 10 people that came out, they did. Some received the public notice, others didn't. That low, I can't speculate as to why there were so few people there, but we did advertise through the public notice, through mail-outs. We even did increase the dimension of the public notice area just to increase it a little bit because there are a lot of large parcels around that property. So we wanted to reach as many people as possible. Through our communication staff, we also made a Speak Up Lincoln page. It's typical to other ones, but if there are any other ways that we can reach out, we would like to, we're more than eager to do that, so.
Second question, Chair. So again, I look at the discussion we had when we were going through the secondary plan on the Prudence development, and we talked about, all the work that was going to take place in there, and, here we are 7 years down the road, and we're still looking at development of Prudence, but we were looking at, trying to get the MTO involved in that process at a very, very early stage. And we all know how sometimes it's very difficult to get MTO engaged. I see the CEO nodding his head. But again, I just ask staff, and I really appreciate Mayor Easton's comments with regards to, getting a developer that is willing to be at the table with all, all collaboration, and that involves the MTO, because we're talking about a Go Hub, we're talking about a Go Transit area, and what that does to the intensification. We're now looking at a redo of our Ontario Street for the sanitary sewer, and I just hope that we're having the proper discussion. As the one gentleman that came forward to the mic, we're looking at adding 1,200 people. We've got a hotel, we've got a new school that's going to be on Green Lane, a couple of developments there. We have talked in the past about a potential grade separation at Ontario Street. Again, this is our major arterial. So again, I just think this is a wonderful opportunity that we're at the table with the MTO, with the appropriate people, to make sure that we're planning not only for this application, but for other applications that are going to be coming at us over the next couple of decades as we try to reach our growth targets to 2051. And I just hope that, we're doing all the right things appropriately to plan for not only the development we're talking about tonight, but everything that's coming at us in the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Bernay. Josh?
No, those are, through you, Chair, those are really good points, Councillor Bernay. And, in the Go Station secondary plan, we certainly have envisioned for what we call complete streets, that is designing the street to facilitate transportation for all modes of transportation, not just vehicular. So we will be engaging quite closely with the MTO, the region, and all of the colleagues and commenting agencies on this, so that we can make users of the road, regardless of what they're doing or what vehicle they're in, feel safe. So,
thank you, Josh. Councilor Reimer.
Thank you, Chair Patriva. A couple of items, just to echo Councillor Russell's earlier question and concern about the access, and that was raised at the public meeting as well, about access to the south side of the QEW. Just, we talked about, Councillor Bernay just mentioned further developments on the other side of Ontario Street possibly, and just want to make sure that if that's going to be a main thoroughfare, that we're doing everything we can with the MTO to provide a safe access there. The other question through you, Councillor Patriva, Chair Patriva, through to staff, would be the services. water and sanitary sewer are adequate, or do we need to, does the region have to help us a little bit with the upgrade to a station there, or through you to Josh?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Sanitary, so there is water and sanitary sources available for a hookup. In terms of capacity, that's something that we're currently looking into. As I'm sure you're aware, the region is currently undertaking an environmental assessment to upgrade a portion of their trunk sewer as well as the Ontario Street pumping station. So what will likely happen, or what will happen, is a holding provision will be put into place on the property. Some studies will be undertaken by a third-party consultant to ensure or identify what capacity is available for, one phase or phases of the project. And the holding provision will be worded in such a way to ensure that there's capacity not only for this development, but others downstream, so.
Follow-up, if I may, Chair Patriva. And do we have a timeline on that, Josh? Do we know any idea on that study?
For this development?
No, for the Ontario Street, for the region's Ontario Street, like for their capacity and their environmental, their EA.
That is a good question, and I would have to defer that question to, it's currently underway, but I would have to, I believe it might be done next year, but I would have to defer that to get more information from my
Okay.
regional colleagues.
All right, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair Patriva.
Thank you, Councillor Reimer. Councillor Michalak.
Thank you very much. Through you to Josh. So this is a bit of a unicorn here in terms of, I don't think that we saw this coming 5 or 6 years ago when we were doing this GO secondary plan, because when I look, it's all blue, right? And similar to the questions I was going to ask with Councillor Reimer about servicing, when I look across the street from that, I see another section of blue, and I see another possible developable piece of land. Is there a possibility that that could become a mix of residential and commercial as well, similar to what we're seeing here?
Through you, Chair, that's a great question, Councillor. And, it's hard to speculate on what future applications might be, but if we did receive another proposal where mixed uses were proposed, we would make sure that, minimum employment targets were being kept. And a lot of the same things that we're looking at here, in terms of amenity space, servicing capacity, transportation, things like that. But also land use compatibility. We'd be looking at, is it going to impair the ability of greenhouse operators, for example. We want to make sure that everything can comply and coexist with each other. So we take each application one at a time, but we also look at it as a comprehensive approach to the entire area.
Perfect. And similar to what one resident, it's like its own little city. Theoretically, you could get a job and live within the same area, which would be fantastic. The only comment I would have is when we're talking to the MTO about the sidewalk situation, the active transportation situation, we also look at the other side of the street as well, not just the east side, the west side as well. There's on-ramps, off-ramps to cross. There's a lot going on that intersection, and if we're talking about making it accessible, then we have to look at both sides of that street. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Michalak. Councillor Renchema.
Oh, thank you, Chair Patriva. I'm going to ask a little bit more questions about housing, and so through you to, I guess, the Director of Planning, what time is the appropriate time to talk about how we can work with the property owner to ensure that some of the units that will be constructed eventually on this property are affordable under a certain definition, or as Councillor Timmers said earlier on, we know that rental units are very important and they're shy in our community. So at what point would it be appropriate to start having that conversation? How do we do that? Do we speak with the owner of the property to see if they'd be interested in reaching out to someone who wants to buy and hold a purpose-built unit for rentals. So my question is, when does that conversation happen?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it happens now. I think this is a good time to start some of those conversations, looking at, what are the possibilities specific to this site. You mentioned certain things in terms of maybe partnering with a nonprofit with the region. When you have a private enterprise like this, it can be a little bit more challenging, but it doesn't mean those conversations can't start now. We have the applicant in attendance today, so I think they're going to be expecting conversations in that regard, which we've already broached the subject. So there's really no, as early as possible, I would say, and it's a conversation that we typically have early on in the process regardless. But again, I'd be remiss if I said that, when you look at some of the definitions, I've heard the words attainable, I've heard the words affordable. Looking at a range of such, it gets a little bit tricky, and really you have to boil it down to what are the applicable definitions? Are we going by what the new provincial definitions are? Because that all plays into how this plays out, and that's just one part of a whole spectrum of housing that we need to look at. So probably varying levels of attainability are going to be topics of conversation as well, but those conversations can happen now, absolutely.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, a question of clarification. When, at what point will we hear what kinds of progress are being made toward that goal? Will it be at the recommendation report stage, or when will we hear about that next?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the recommendation report stage, sure, but I can certainly look to provide some more updates as they happen earlier before that, too.
That would be really good, because I know that it's very important housing, and we all know, North America-wide, Canada-wide, certainly Ontario-wide, definitely in Lincoln, and it's complex, as you said. So months go by, all of a sudden we have a recommendation report in front of us, and then sometimes I think we feel like we have to backpedal a little, what should we have been doing earlier? So hearing about this as we go through the process and move toward a recommendation report, that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Renchema. And I would just comment, we had, this had come up before about accessibility to the lake. Mr. Rorda's question about down the lane. So we've got the access to Lake Ontario at the end of Ontario Street. In the past, we really haven't had any improvements to lakefront accessibility. We looked at it a while ago. We've got a number of road allowances that terminate at the lake. So maybe that's something that we can look forward kind of hand in glove and developed, some type of amenity space at Lake Ontario to allow for that wandering, if I may so say. No, you're not. So, but I think I've broached your question there for you. So, no, it's okay. It's okay. So, there being no further questions, I have a motion moved by Councillor Russell to receive and file report PD 0824 regarding official plan amendment PL 0PA 20230093 and zoning bylaw amendment PL ZBA 20230094 by Upper Canada Consultants on behalf of QE X64-10A, Inc., and direct staff to prepare a recommendation report once all comments have been received and any identified issues have been addressed. I will now ask our Deputy Clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair. That vote's now open. And I'll close that vote, and that motion carries. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, terrific. So we have no consent agenda items this evening. So we're now at the Planning and Economic Development portion of tonight's agenda. And before we delve into that, can we take a 5-minute break just to, a little bathroom break and maybe get some more water and as we recoup, because we're probably going to be here for a little bit. So is everyone okay with that? Okay. In 5 minutes. Can I have a little volume there, my man? Okay. Your worship? Can we turn it up? Better? Thank you. I already did. Mayor Easton. Mayor. Councillor Brunei. Councillor Renshima. Okay, we're ready to start. Okay. Okay, I'm good to go. Okay. So we have registered delegations for the Planning and Economic Development agenda tonight. Please note that delegations have up to 5 minutes to speak. Our first delegation for this evening, Stephen Zorn has withdrawn his request to speak. So we will proceed to our next delegation, Harold Thiel, regarding item 7.2.1, short-term accommodation licensing bylaw and zoning bylaw amendment recommendation, PD 0524. Harold, please go ahead.
I'm just setting my timer.
Okay.
I want to make sure I don't.
Well, when you start, we'll have the clerk's
Okay,
timer start.
Timer's on.
Okay.
Good evening. My name's Harold Thiel. I'm the owner of Hidden Bench Winery, but I'm here to speak, first of all, regarding the short-term accommodation licensing bylaw. I think we owe a lot of thanks to the effort that's been put in by staff on this, and particularly Allison. I think you've done a fabulous job on this, okay? Because it's not an easy topic to address. However, there's a few things that I think need to be thought of, and we need to use this, to think about this strategically. In looking at who was consulted in the formulation of this bylaw, there's no mention of the NEC. We've talked about the Greenbelt. We haven't talked about the NEC plan. We haven't talked about the fact that I think some of the provisions of this bylaw are in contradiction with the current draft, the current NEC plan. And I'm suffering through this right now, and some of you may know that. So I think we can use this as a strategic opportunity to reach out to the NEC to make sure that our short-term accommodation bylaw is in sync with what their vision is for short-term accommodations in our community. If we want to profess to be encouraging agritourism, we need to make sure that they're on board with what we're trying to do, because currently I think we're going in different directions. And then in reading the bylaw, I'm trying to understand, what I'm seeing that is being permitted in the rural area right now is only OFDUs. Is that correct, Allison? Because there are currently short-term accommodations that are outside of the scope of an OFDU in the rural area of Lincoln. And do we want to encourage that? And we really haven't in the staff report, as well as in the bylaw, addressed those applications where people own a home. And maybe the home has a garage on it, and it has a two-bedroom apartment above the garage. Are they permitted to rent that based in the rural area? I think not, based on what I've read here. So I think that's something that we need to address and be very careful about. Then, in terms of the on-farm diversified use, is there a limitation in terms of the number of rooms that are permitted? And the OFDU interpretation is different by the NEC than it is by the OMAFRA. So they actually, although if they were supposed to align their interpretation of on-farm diversified use with the rewrite of the plan in 2016, till now, the NEC has not addressed that. And we need to give them a little bit of a push to make sure that they address that for the benefit of our farmers in the area, the wineries in the area, because right now, if we want to grow agritourism in the town of Lincoln, we need to be accelerating this and not make it as difficult as it is now. So I just had two other. Overall, I think the application process is somewhat onerous. I understand that we need to have an application process, but if it could be streamlined somewhat, doing floor plans, having to have an exit plan that's posted outside or inside, the signage issues. There's a number of things that are addressed, and I don't know where they've been brought from, unless this is similar to other short-term accommodation bylaws, such as the town of Niagara-on-the-Lake, which I think it might be in a certain way. And then, if I just read the list, a draft application form, a draft owner authorization form, a draft responsible person form, a sample floor plan, a sample site plan, a sample fire safety protocol, a fire safety plan template. So those are just some of the basic ones, but I think it'll be, and those, it all depends how hard those are to create and how they're going to be vetted and who's going to be vetting them. The last one that I think is a little bit interesting, it talks about that if we want to encourage any type of purpose-built, sorry, I'm at 5 minutes. There you go. If we want to encourage purpose-built agritourism structures in our community, we need to have a way of this being pre-approved by somebody. If somebody wants to, to invest in our community, and it needs to be something that's done relatively easily. Okay, and doesn't take 3 years. I'm currently going through an application with the NEC, which will be 3 to 4 years from now before we'll be able to break ground, which is quite frustrating. Okay, those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, terrific. Any questions to Mr. Teal? Councilor Reimer.
Thanks, Harold, for coming tonight and presenting. Could you give, going back to your concern about on-farm diversified use and the NEC and OMAFRA connection or lack thereof, like give us an example, use your own if you want, but that.
It's a very simple example. The OMAFRA says that on an on-farm diversified use, they have a calculation which is basically 20%, I think it's the maximum area that can be used is 20% of the overall property, and then it's, or no, so 2% of the overall property, and 20% of that can be the actual structure.
Okay.
The NEC says bed and breakfast.
Period.
So, bed and breakfast. And so there is an interpretation thing with such as a bed and breakfast, but they don't want to really embrace the OMAFRA guidelines in that respect. Okay, I'm going through that right now, and they're being very difficult in terms of adaptive reuse and all kinds of things.
Yeah.
But I think what's important about this is that they really want to, the bed and breakfast, you have to live in the property. In this day and age, people who rent a property don't necessarily want to have the owner living in the property with them. And we've addressed that, we've tried to address that, but that's a big issue. And I think we have to be concerned with that, particularly in the rural area. Within an urban area, I can understand that you want to restrict the party houses that have occurred in the past. And I think sometimes a few bad apples have sort of brought this bylaw to the forefront, and I think it's something that we need to be able to address it. But there certainly is a difference in interpretation between the OMAFRA guidelines and the NEC. The NEC interpretation of those guidelines, which they also say that they're not bound by. That's their, that's OMAFRA. We're the NEC. We're above, we're above that. We don't need to address that. Does that answer your question?
That's great, Harold. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair Patrio.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much, Harold. So, because we had Councilor Murray express an interest with Mr. Teal's delegation, so motion to receive Mr. Teal's, Mayor Easton.
Mr.
Question?
Chairman, just as a clarification, some of the questions that Mr. Teal has asked they're all very important. And I just want to clarify, because it may be useful to many of the people sitting here, if Do we want to have any of those questions addressed tonight? Is it possible to do that? Is it appropriate to do that? Could you provide some guidance on that?
Well, I think it's appropriate to answer those questions posed because that'll, kind of make the framework for any other delegations coming forward with similar questions.
Okay, so.
Okay? So,
Great, thank you very much.
okay, so shall we address them after the delegation or, yeah? Allison?
Thank
Okay.
you. Through you, to clarify some of the points brought up during the delegation, and Harold, thank you for your comments. The NEC was circulated the proposed licensing bylaw and zoning bylaw amendment, and they provided comments which are attached to the report in Appendix G. Their comments have been addressed through the changes made to the bylaw and zoning bylaw amendment. With respect to permitting rentals in the rural area, we have allowed in the zoning bylaw and licensing bylaw for rentals to be occupied in single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, and accessory dwelling units as well. Those can be in detached structures. Those will be permitted. I can't speak to the changes that are suggested to be made to the Niagara Escarpment Development Plan. As part of this process, as in the NEC, our land use planning documents aren't applicable, but where a short-term accommodation is permitted in the NEC, the bylaw will apply.
Yeah, the only thing I would add to that, and thank you, Mr. Chair, is, I know that there's often a little bit of a difference in interpretation, for example, OMAFRA guidelines between us and the Niagara Escarpment Commission. It's not the first time that that's happened. Unfortunately, it's a situation where, as you've come to learn the hard way, is that the lands that are within the Niagara Escarpment Plan area, our land use controls don't apply. So unfortunately, when you have two different jurisdictions like that, there's a little bit of a discrepancy where how certain things are administered. I do recognize that's a challenge. I did see, again, looking at some of the proposed changes that the NEC is considering when it comes to on-farm diversified uses, there does seem to be a little bit of a growing awareness of OMAFRA's guidelines in terms of how they should be implemented, but I do agree it is a challenge. So I just wanted to highlight that that is something that we're dealing with as well on an ongoing basis.
If I read this short-term accommodation bylaw and I don't read it in sync with and don't read the NEC, the Niagara Escarpment Plan, I could be led to believe that I'm permitted to have short-term accommodations in the rural area, which is part of the NEC, because there needs to be a caveat that says that the land use superiority lies with the NEC, because they're only going to permit a bed and breakfast. If it's not an OFDU, they will only permit a bed and breakfast within the rural area.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, it's a good point, and what you'll see later on, staff's going to be providing a presentation. They're in the intake process that's proposed as part of this proposed framework. There is some verbiage in the checklist that's in there about, whether or not this land is within the Niagara Escarpment Plan area and whatnot. So it'll be discernible from that standpoint. So we have included that in the process. You'll see it a little bit later as we carry on, but good comments for sure.
Okay, so, Councillor Murray expressed the interest, so a motion to receive Mr. Teal's delegation. Madam Deputy Clerk.
Thank you, Chair, and I will put that vote up for members of council to vote. Give me 1 second. That is open. And I'll close that vote, and that carries. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so before we continue, we'll welcome Councillor Murray. Oh, there she is, okay. Come on down here, VC. Okay. Okay? I'm ready. Okay. So the clerk has advised that 3 delegation requests have been received after the deadline. In accordance with the procedural bylaw, I will seek an affirmative 2/3 vote to waive the rules to permit the 3 unregistered delegations I have. Delegations, period. I have a motion moved by Councillor Renshima that committee waive the rules to permit the following unregistered delegations: David Brown, Jacqueline Symes, Deb Alkema. I will now ask our deputy clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair. That vote's now open. And I'll close that vote, and that motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, terrific. So, our next delegation this evening is David Brown, speaking to item 7.2.1, short-term accommodation licensing bylaw and zoning bylaw amendment recommendation, PD 0524. David, shoes on the other foot, 5 minutes. I know you'll be able to hit it, so go ahead.
I'll do my best, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. Bed and breakfasts have been historically the accommodation choice in the town of Lincoln, supporting our fledgling tourism industry. The zoning bylaw amendment as proposed, I would argue, effectively excludes or redefines short-term accommodations so as to remove the need for a definition for a bed and breakfast. One of the justifications provided in the staff report sets out that it'll help close a loophole. It doesn't expressly indicate what that loophole is, and that's a concern for me. I'm not sure what I'm answering to, if you will, as a bed and breakfast operator here in the town of Lincoln. Bed and breakfasts are distinct from what I'm going to refer to as an Airbnb model. Airbnb is a online travel agent, so they're not actually the business, they're just the marketing tool for that business. And to that end, I would make the distinction that an Airbnb use is a commercial undertaking. It's a business, as opposed to what I would consider a bed and breakfast being accessory to a primary residential use. Two distinctions that are quite clear in the zoning bylaw. That doesn't come out, in my opinion, in reviewing the staff report that you'll be considering this evening. Touching on the PPS, there's been some conversation this evening about housing and the demand for housing. Bed and breakfasts do not impact on that demand for housing. They are primary residential units. This is an accessory use to that use, whereas Airbnbs do take housing out of the market. A rental housing, arguably on the attainable side, as Councillor Timmins referred to it. These uses are distinct, and I think that they warrant some distinction in the licensing bylaw that's being recommended to council this evening. To acknowledge these existing operations, there can be a differentiation in terms of the licensing, a different class of license than A, B, C, or a class 1, class 2, class 3, however council chooses to describe it. Also, there can be a fee structure differentiation, recognizing or acknowledging that on those uses, whether they be short-term accommodation or bed and breakfast, where the resident resides on the property, whether urban or rural, pays one fee versus those where there's an absent owner at the property and it's just a pure commercial use where they're renting out a residential property. I don't think that the bylaw has provided for that or contemplated that. It makes reference to these are the concerns that have been raised or are being addressed through these reports and the bylaws that are being recommended to you this evening, yet I don't see how the ultimate licensing bylaw is going to effectively differentiate or regulate that. It's scooping everybody up in the same net, and therefore we're being, as I've indicated in an email that I had sent to council, tarred with the same brush. The reason that I sent that email is I wasn't sure that I'd be able to delegate this evening, and I wanted my concerns to be known to the members of council. The NEC has recognized bed and breakfast as a distinct use, and they do not recognize too many other uses in their plans, and that's something that I think speaks some volumes to the community. We have an interesting and challenging tourism industry in this community that's growing. I've seen great growth since taking possession of our property and operating our business some 7 years ago now. I can't believe it's been that long, but having watched our tourism industry evolve, we have a lot of folks that come to us and appreciate the bed and breakfast experience in contrast to the Airbnb model. It's a matter of preference. My concern is that with this bylaw, we're going to effectively discourage bed and breakfast type operators in favor of the Airbnb, and we're going to lose that unique operation here in the town. I think we should be focusing on trying to encourage more accommodations in this town. Tonight, council was considering a hotel, and that's one form, but I think the unique experience that is visiting the town of Lincoln warrants a considerably more aggressive approach to creating and encouraging the creation of these short-term accommodations. Ultimately, the town is seeking to identify short-term accommodations for the purposes of the tax associated with the municipal accommodations tax program arising out of our DMO. If it's a registry we're after, that can be done very simply by name, address, and location. You know where to find us, and then we can sign us up for the tax program for Matt, and away we go. There's not necessarily, I guess would be the way I would describe it, the need to create this complex layer of bureaucracy that we're adding to ensure that we're properly zoned, properly defined, properly licensed, and we have that additional fee of the licensing requirement that's being imposed. I did it in under 5 minutes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Okay, are there any questions to this delegation? Vice Chair Murray.
Thank you very much, Chair. Through you to Mr. Brown. Dave, thanks very much for being here today. I read through your email earlier today, and I apologize for not reaching out to you directly. I did want to clarify a little bit, because you are running a B&B. It's a business. You guys, I would think you guys already have most of these things in place already in terms of insurance, in terms of electrical, in terms of septic. All of that is probably already taken care of now. So when I look at what the bylaw is asking for and the challenges that it would raise to you, can you clarify what you really see as being the impediments? Is it the $700, or is there other issues that you're finding are going to negatively impact you running it as a business?
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Most of the issues you've identified, you're correct, as a business we've addressed. We installed an electric car charger, an EV charger. We had that done by qualified electricians. We got our electrical safety ESA approval and all of that stuff, and they look after all that. It was done. Anytime there's a plumbing issue, licensed plumbers come in to do the work. If it's drywall, I get the unfortunate task of having to fix that. I'm not a professional, and I gladly admit that. With respect to the licensing requirements, a lot of them are administrative in nature. Many of you are familiar with my background. Creating a floor plan or a site plan and going through all those processes wouldn't be a particularly difficult hurdle for me to overcome. The two issues, one with respect to insurance. As a business operator, we have an insurance policy on our property. It's part of our overall insurance package. We also have a swimming pool, which creates another liability. We have a special rider specifically to address that. So those are good business practices that we've implemented. That's not an issue. With respect to the septic, we have an older septic system, and we would be required to, as part of this process, get the region to sign off that it's acceptable. Well, it's an older septic system. I'll tell you what my fear is, that in order for me to convince a staff person at the region, I was going to use a derogatory term of bureaucrat, and I apologize, it just comes to me. If the staff person at the region has to provide a sign-off here to the town, they're not going to do that without the assurance from somebody, probably the regional sewer inspector or the septic inspector, who would then come to my property to undertake a report. My septic operates fine, I get it pumped out, all of those things. The gentleman that pumps it out passed away. I have a new one, but the previous gentleman has said that he's been coming to our property and pumping it out for over 30 years, and everything he's seen is working the way it's supposed to. An inspector may not see it that way, and that may create some challenges for me. Notwithstanding that, that's the price of business, then that'll be the price of business. But that's going to be an onerous requirement for a residential property that is existing, that operates, that functions properly, and is not creating an impact anywhere down the line. So in that respect, the licensing process is something that I could, I hope, touch wood, easily meet all of the criteria. And there's a lot of them, but I could meet them all to get my license. But it is creating a layer of bureaucracy that's being added here at the town that will impact my business. The fee of $700 every 2 years, that's effectively a weekend's income on a room. So I'm giving up a weekend to the town to pay for the pleasure of doing business here in the town. I'm giving up that income that will come straight here to the town as part of that fee. It's the cost of doing business, I acknowledge that. But the goal or the reason for that, and I alluded to that at the end of my submission, was to ensure that there's a registry that has all of the business operations so we know where to send the tax bill. I'm being a little facetious, it's not going to be quite that way. It'll, as I understand the program and the process, the company that has been engaged by the town to work with us to implement or collect the taxes, it all sort of happens as part of that process. There's going to be a cost associated with that somewhere through the process. So there's additional costs being created, additional bureaucracy being created, all to ensure that they've got Lounge Inn Jordan on the town's registry to make sure they collect the MAT tax at the end of the day. It's a long-winded answer. Councillor Murray, I hope I got it all.
Follow-up question, if I may. So you had suggested that perhaps a multi-level licensing program would perhaps be a better fit. So then, in your vision of what that would look like, I'm assuming then that somebody who's a registered B&B would not be subject to some of these constraints? Is that your vision?
I would see them as the structure of it would be different such that a resident operator, whether it be a bed and breakfast or someone who rents the room out over their garage, but they're living in the house, they typically don't generate the same type of impact on surrounding neighborhoods, assuming that there is an impact that's generated. And that's an assumption that is comes out in the staff report. I'm not suggesting that that's the case. That type of use, I would argue, doesn't create that impact, and from a licensing perspective may not warrant the same level of scrutiny as those, or as an operation where they are renting out a dwelling in its entirety and there's no owner present on the property to manage, keep an eye on things, ensure it doesn't get out of hand, as sometimes parties in backyards may. So in that context, I think that there needs to be some, I would offer or submit to council that there needs to be some consideration for the distinction between those two uses. I made reference to one being an accessory use to a residential operation, or residential undertaking, and the other being more of a commercial venture. And in that respect, I think there's a differentiation and a distinction to be made.
And one further follow-up. So just to clarify, if then there was a plan in place wherein if you were present on site, if it was a short-term accommodation or a bed and breakfast, but it was your home and you were there and you're renting out a bedroom, would you be comfortable with somebody who wasn't not an unlicensed, but a bed and breakfast, but who was a short-term accommodation, who resided in the house? Would you be comfortable with them having the same requirements as someone such as yourself who's running a bed and breakfast?
The way in which the bylaw has been drafted in its current form, it doesn't make a distinction between, it makes a distinction, but when it carries through the zoning bylaw, it doesn't make a distinction when you hit the licensing bylaw side of the equation. So our use may qualify as a bed and breakfast operation. Excuse my flippant response. When it comes time to apply for the licensing bylaw, so what? So then what's the point of making the distinction if you're not going to differentiate at the licensing bylaw? And so in that respect, why would we separate the two uses in the zoning bylaw and then lump them together in the licensing bylaw? If there is a distinction, and I believe there is, and I'm submitting to you this evening, Council, that there is a distinction to be made between the nature of a short-term accommodation where the owner resides on the property and they can operate a bed and breakfast, or they can rent out the room above their detached garage. Doesn't matter in my mind, it's a on-site resident, and that makes the difference, versus someone who's not there. That's where then, if we carry through the licensing bylaw, distinction can be made. I could take it one step further and say we separate bed and breakfasts from short-term accommodations, but now you're splitting hairs, quite frankly, and I'd only be self-serving to say I think that the bed and breakfast should be like $20 and those guys should be more. But I think from a land use perspective, and that's my background, we're making a distinction in the zoning. We're not in the licensing bylaw, as I read it. And when we get through that process, I think we should be making the distinction based on my comments.
Thank you very much, Dave.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Murray. Councilor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you just answered my question, but I'm going to ask it just in case. So I was having trouble with the distinction you were making between an urban owner that has multiple rooms being on Airbnb. You know, I'll just use that as a set of a B&B. They live there, they've got 4 rooms that they're put up on Airbnb versus a bed and breakfast. I know the experience is completely different, and I'm not concerned about the differentiation there. It's on paper, they're exactly the same thing. And I don't know if it's fair to treat them the same way in terms of the impact that it could have on residents around them, neighborhoods around them, and that's the distinction that where I think because on paper you could say, well, I'm offering them bacon in the mornings for their B&B. We have no way of saying, no, that it's a separate distinction. You're not like Airbnb, or a B&B is completely different than an Airbnb. Because on paper, it's the exact same thing. And that's where I'm wondering if you can give me some insight into your thoughts on how they might be different. I think you did kind of hit it a little bit, but maybe if you can just specifically note that.
Yeah, what I was trying to convey is that where the owner's principal residence is on the property, and whether it's 4 rooms in the dwelling, a room above the garage, whether I offer them breakfast or not, whether it's 4 cabins at the back of the yard, if I'm in a more rural context, as our operation is, we're in an agricultural zone. I don't think that there needs to be a distinction, quite frankly, whether you're in an urban setting or a rural setting, if the owner of the property, the proprietor, resides on the property. Because to me, that's the control mechanism. I've got neighbors that I have to see the next morning, and if my guests are problematic, I'm going to be held to account by my neighbors. And I think that's fair, and I think that's reasonable, and that's how most of us exist and operate. And the distinction then is if you own the property, you live there and you operate your business and you rent your rooms out, if you serve them breakfast or not, it doesn't make a difference when it comes to the licensing side of it. The distinction I'm asking council to consider is if I don't reside in the property and I'm renting my house out, or I'm renting 4 rooms in a house in which I do not reside, then that's the distinction that we need a different license classification to say these are 2 different kinds of uses because of the impact of those 2 uses can have is different. So does that answer your?
It does, but
Councillor?
like in the way it's written, again, we do have that in the urban area where, again, if you're not owner on the presence or on the property, it's not permitted, where in rural, you have that capability to do both. You have the ability that if you are on-prem, and if you're not, you still have the ability to maintain. Maybe that's the clarification we need to see if we can.
Licensing, sorry, Councillor Russell, when it carries through the licensing bylaw, that distinction doesn't get made as I read it. It's, you're licensed as a short-term accommodation provider, period, regardless of whether you're rural, urban, whether you're resident or non-resident.
Okay, we can get clarification on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Russell. Councillor Brunei.
Thank you, Chair Patriva. Mr. Brown, thank you for being here again. I believe you were here at the public meeting in October of 2023. So I'm just, first question, I'm wondering, I've had a number of questions from a number of operators, short-term accommodation operators, since this presentation report hit our website. Page 2, we talk about why the review short-term accommodation is occurring, and we talk about the need for licensing and regulatory framework to protect the health and safety of our resident and visitors. I think everyone looks at that definition and that explanation differently. I think we'd all agree that we want to make sure that everyone is safe when they come to our community. That goes without saying. But you mentioned in your response to Councillor Russell, you talked about neighbors, you talked about noise issues. I think you've been operating your facility for 7 or 8 years. Have you had health and safety concerns that you've had to deal with through some visitors at your establishment?
We have not. It's been a few years we've been in business, so I'm just trying to think of where we might come across that. We're very responsive to any feedback that we get from our guests and how that plays out. During the pandemic, created some interesting challenges for us. But with respect to anything specific from a health and safety perspective, is how I would look at that and call it. Food handling courses we've taken so that we're familiar with good practice in terms of food handling for preparing breakfasts and serving our guests, keeping a clean kitchen, which is a very scary adventure, I can assure you, Councillor. So in that respect, we have not experienced or had any issues brought to our attention, and we have tried to be as proactive to ensure that our guests are having a safe and healthy experience. With regards to, are there fire safety issues to be considered? And I think I touched on this last fall. The house complies with current code requirements, more or less, meaning that it's an older home, so there may be some changes. We have smoke detectors and CO2 detectors, fire extinguishers in the unit, like within the kitchenette area and in the hallway. So those kinds of things, we've been, again, proactive to ensure that we had all of those in place. I don't know that there's anything else that would have come to light. If there are any other concerns that may have been raised outside of our knowledge, there are there are processes in place here at the town. If it's a fire safety issue, the fire marshal can come to our door and knock on it and tell us that we've got a problem and give us an order to comply. And if we don't resolve it, he comes with a piece of tape and closes our business down. I'm being a little bit dramatic about it, but that would be one way to deal with that. If there was an issue with respect to septic, the regional septic inspectors would show up at our door and we'd have to go through that process. If there were noise complaints or parking complaints, bylaw enforcement could be called to the property. We're not aware that any complaints have been filed against our business. We've had no visits from any inspectors to that effect.
Thank you for that very comprehensive response. Yes, I did, and I appreciate that lengthy response. I really do. It just goes to show you that, I think a lot of people are looking at this on slide 2 and saying, do you actually think we're operating a business and not doing everything? But anyway, I proceed. Through you, Chair. Mr. Brown, you were here, as you mentioned, 4 months ago. You spoke about your background in land planning. I believe you also have some other experiences that you currently hold. So I'm just wondering, I'm really curious to hear your comment on when you left here last October. Was it your anticipation that there would be further collaboration with the town of Lincoln? Or was your hope that there would be continued collaboration moving forward till we got to this point?
Yes, there was, is the short answer. I have been in this business for 30 years, and it's been my experience when we have a deputation before council that there would be some follow-up, and I was expecting that I would have been contacted to ensure that I was aware of what the town was doing and get some feedback specific to my concerns. I'm not confident that the staff report as drafted fully captured the nature of my concerns, and that's where I was hoping that a follow-up, some clarification, a sit-down, not just me, there were a number of other individuals that attended on that evening into the late hours of the evening, and I was expecting that there would be some follow-up, just a conversation, discussion, make sure that my points, my concerns were understood fully, and that whatever the response may be would be in the context of understanding my position. I don't feel comfortable or I don't feel confident that that's reflected in the report that's before council tonight.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Patriva, a third and final comment. So, Mr. Brown, you've been around the province. You've worked with many municipalities, I believe, over your career. As a taxpayer, I've had people reach out to me over the last little while saying, this is just another example of government red tape. This is just a money grab. As a taxpayer, do you have concerns that this process, and we all, let me just preface that we all want to support economic development and tourism in this municipality. I would hope that we all agree on that. But do you have any concerns that moving forward, year one, year two, as this thing unfolds, that this is going to create expenses to the community that maybe we're not looking at appropriately at this time? Just from your perspective, from, you know, what you've seen, what you've heard in the report.
A very loaded question, and I'm sure you understand that and appreciate that. My experience in dealing with municipalities in my previous role in the profession as a consultant is that we're going to see ultimately or eventually there's going to be, I anticipate, a need for staff here at the municipality to help monitor and regulate this process. And so as a taxpayer from Lincoln, that's a concern for me. The objective of this, ultimately, when we look at the direct marketing organization and the municipal accommodation tax that flows out of that direct marketing organization, as a business operator here in the town of Lincoln, being our bed and breakfast, albeit a small business, but a business just the same, I appreciate the efforts of the town to encourage, promote tourism, and to help push that giant ball along the road. So in that respect, I applaud the town in terms of taking that approach to the tourism industry here in the town. If tourism is successful and we see growth in our community through tourism, we're going to benefit from that. And the MAT tax is going to be something that is going to support that in principle, or as I understand it at this point. So in that respect, I recognize and acknowledge that that's the purpose behind the MAT tax. As I said in October, I'm not a big proponent for further taxation or for adding taxes, but in some, well, that ship has sailed, if you will, because I understand council has approved the DMO and that has been part of your budgeting process, and we're working towards that. So I'm supportive of that tourism initiative. The additional red tape, bureaucracy, however we want to describe it, that's going to result from the licensing bylaw process and regulating all of these operations across the town. As our tourism grows, the demand for accommodation grows, and there's going to be a market for more short-term accommodations, whether they're bed and breakfasts, whether they're rooms above garages, or whether they're renting out an entire house. There's going to be a demand. It's going to be an issue that we have to deal with. As an operator today, trying to keep the business moving in a forward direction, this is just added paperwork and aggravation for our business that, quite frankly, we could do without. If you want to tax our customers who come and stay overnight at our place, here's the name of our business, here's where you can find me. I don't need to pay $700 and give you a floor plan and a parking plan and a sewage inspection and whatever else there is on the list. We can do that by way of a quick letter. So in that respect, we are creating some additional bureaucracy, and as our community grows, there's going to be a need to deal with that, whether it's in bylaw enforcement, to go out and seek out new operators and explain the rules to them, whether it's the finance to process all the money that we're going to be generating, or whether it's going to be a question of, from an economic development perspective, how are we going to be working to promote or encourage the growth of this accommodation type of industry or part of the industry? There's going to be a demand for that. Was it going to be there anyway? Possibly. But do we need to incur those expenses today? I'm not sure. Our tourism industry it's in early stages. I know it's been here for a while, and I know that Councillor Pachariva has been involved with tourism for a long time in this community. But now we're taking some really aggressive steps to bring that to the forefront, in my opinion, and that's a good thing. But it is going to create an additional burden on the taxpayer in the town, in my opinion, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Pachariva. I appreciate the opportunity, and Mr. Brown, thank you for coming as a late delegation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you, Mr. Brown. I see no further questions. So, Our next delegation this evening is Jacqueline Symes, speaking to item 7.2.1, short-term accommodation licensing bylaw and zoning bylaw amendment, recommendation PD 05-24. Jacqueline, please go ahead.
Hi there, thank you. I reside in Vineland, and I've got a full-time career job that keeps me busy, and I have operated under Airbnb, specifically living in my primary residence, because I want to do what I found people were able to provide me coming to the area when I came from Manitoba. So I show people where the Bruce Trail is. I will tell them what restaurants to go to. I'm fully engaged with the people who stay with me. They have to ask to stay with me. There's no oven for them. It's a contained single unit in my residence. They don't have access to the electric. It's on my side. But what I do provide is individuals coming, either couples or a single female, to do community activity, to dine, to wine. They buy cases of wine. I go back in the backyard once or twice a day to water the plants, feed the birds. And what this new permitting process puts in place is it would eliminate me from providing that service for the town. I can honestly say I don't make a profit. I do it as a hobby because I really want people to understand what the community offers. And I think there's a valuable piece on someone who is involved in all these activities to tell people what to do, where to go, and how to enjoy what we have here. If we looked at what I'm providing on Airbnb, it's such a small amount of money. So how would that put me in the same classification as someone who's doing this for profit? I don't make money off of the service, so me not doing it makes no difference to me. But the town would miss out on the couple who is on their 30th anniversary, who's like, Jacqueline, we're coming to stay and we're doing point to point of the Niagara region of the Bruce Trail. Can you tell me where to go? Or the couple who's celebrating their anniversary, who wants me to plan out what they're gonna do over 3 days, and they leave with cases of wine. Those are the people that I serve. But I won't do it if it's that complicated. I call myself a bed and breakfast, but it's packaged foods because I think anyone coming to the area should have granola bars, packaged milk, packaged juice, and, Foodland's closed, they've got something they can eat, but they don't eat there. They go out. So I want to understand how this would put me in the same classification, and I have to be honest, I would just shut it down. But that means those people who are going to Vineland Estates or walk to Vineland Estates from my house won't be renting from me, which means they'll be going to that Marriott hotel and it won't be the same experience. So I'm just not sure, Airbnb, why do I pick Airbnb is because I'm safe, I'm protected, I've got the insurance that they provide by it, and I'm zoned appropriately to have this service in there. So I just don't know why I would be in the same classification as somebody else. And if there's been the thought that you'll eliminate a lot of these individuals who really want to provide to the community and get people to know about more of the environmental and the activities and all these things to do, they just won't do it. And from a noise standpoint, I have a huge house and I don't have kids, so there's no noise by a single couple coming to celebrate their 30th wedding anniversary and hike the Bruce Trail. So it's not a noise component to it, it's not a parking component, but I just wouldn't go through all those pieces to continue to just provide a service when I'm not making a revenue.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Councillor Bernay.
Thank you for delegating. So I think I know the answer to this question, but you mentioned that, so you're currently operating using the host insurance, like through Airbnb?
I have property insurance, and they've done a home inspection of me, and so I have that insurance that allows me to do it. But Airbnb was a chosen platform because I don't cook for them. I don't interact and provide them a meal. But Airbnb, I feel, is the safest, where someone can't extend their stay or that I'm protected if they do something. So I chose that platform because it makes the most amount of sense. I'm not making people breakfast.
So based on the information that's in the report, $2 million liability, you currently have that? Yes. Okay. Thank you, Chair. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bernay. Thank you, Jacqueline. I see no further questions. Okay. There we go. Okay, so our next delegation this evening is Deb Alcoma, speaking at item 7.2.1, short-term accommodation licensing bylaw and zoning bylaw amendment recommendation, PD 05-24. Deb, please go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and esteemed councillors. After seeing the presentation, I feel that there are a few things to add to the discussion around the regulation and taxation of short-term rentals. Specifically, regarding your mandate and motives for doing such, as stated in slide 2, is unclear. They are at best incomplete. While there is a clear statement as to the direction given to staff in point 1, and an action item to support such in point 2, there is no reason as to why this review was initiated in the first place. The only piece that suggests it might have something to do with the actual Airbnbs themselves is stated in point 3, which I state, while STAs are a net benefit to our tourism sector, our review indicated the need for a licensing and regulatory framework to protect the health and safety of our residents and visitors. Please note, excuse me, the review of Airbnbs was directed after and because the motion was put in place, not because of concerns or complaints around the Airbnbs themselves. Esteemed councillors, therein lies the inaccuracy of what follows in the rest of the presentation, because after viewing your presentation, it became clear this review had very little to do with poorly run Airbnbs or complaints surrounding them, and much more to do with why the town took on this initiative in the first place. Supporting this statement is the fact that the town has now removed its proposed legislation around initial concerns about parking, septic, and electrical safety. While we are grateful for this, we are still required to live outside the urban boundary. As a side note, this regulation, by the way, coupled with high interest rates, would have bankrupted my partner and could certainly cost others to go bankrupt. We are required to pay for inspections, applications, charge our guests with the new proposed MAT tax that will be implemented inside these new regulations. And to be quite frank, if we had known all of this 2 years ago, we in all sincerity would have never taken up this venture. It's become far too complicated, onerous, and costly. While slide 5 adds that there are 4 disadvantages to short-term rentals, these are not a completely accurate reflection of our municipality here in Lincoln. Every municipality has its own unique culture. And while some of these Airbnb disadvantages may be true in other areas, it is not a fair analysis of how the compatibilities of Airbnbs fare here. Further, we would love to know how many Airbnbs there actually are. We have not had the opportunity or clarity on that number. In fact, many Airbnbs advertise on more than one platform. So we would just like to know what this actually looks like when we talk about housing and rental units availability. Slide 10 negatively implies in a large way that the community needs to be protected from Airbnbs. Overall, the Airbnb community has yet to see or hear of any specific recorded complaints from town. At the last town hall meeting in October, there wasn't one voiced complaint or concern against an Airbnb. And to my knowledge, an Airbnb owner-operator has never been approached, interviewed, or asked for a tour of their accommodations. We have not been asked about the Airbnb platform or the comprehensive and sometimes cumbersome safety and security members that have already been put in place by that platform. For example, newly, there is now a huge accountability piece saying that we must send in our identification, our driver's license, photo ID, and not just of us, but of all of our guests too, prior to them booking and to them being accepted. We needed an inordinate amount of insurance costing us $3,000 a year, and if we didn't care about the home, the property, or the neighbors in our community, we could never be successful at all. No one wants to stay in a run-down, unsafe, or angry neighborhood. If we didn't make sure all those things were the best they could be, we simply wouldn't be in business. So we keep asking ourselves then, why are they doing this? Your presentation does not answer that. If there are no legitimate concerns here, and Airbnbs have been running successfully for years, contributing to our society and allowing people to invest in our town, then what is it? Is it because Airbnbs pose a threat to the proposed hotels that are slated to rise soon? Is it just another form of revenue? We hope not. But right now, we sincerely do not understand the bureaucracy and regulation costs that forced closing of Airbnbs inside the urban boundaries and the harsh verbiage around what we do and why. Is it all about the MAC tax, the municipal accommodation tax? We have been told that some of the farmers with Airbnbs don't mind this new regulation at all, because they are taxed on one end, but they are monetarily incentivized on the other. But that's not the case for solely Airbnb owners. Am I allowed to continue? I have about a paragraph left. Yes? Thank you. What we also discovered and found most interesting is that to implement and benefit from the tax, you have to come alongside with other municipalities doing the same. The town must regulate and tax short-term rentals. You can't have one without the other. So I wanted to ask the esteemed councillors here tonight to please clarify if this piece is true. If the regulation and legislation is more about the MAT tax than the poorly run Airbnbs. And if so, could we please remove verbiage from the presentation suggesting the cause for regulating and taxing Airbnb is for the purpose of public safety? Because in all honesty, it's making us feel a little bit villainous, and that we're involved in a lucrative, non-friendly neighborhood business. Further, to show good faith in the reality that the town will be benefiting by way of the MAT tax imposed on Airbnbs, would you also please consider grandfathering the existing well-run Airbnbs so as not to force their closure because they are inside the urban boundary? Personally, we are only a few houses outside of the urban boundary, so we are technically safe, but many are not. I can guarantee that this process will stop many from venturing into the business, so perhaps that might solve some of your concerns going forward. However, it doesn't seem right that the citizens that have contributed to your town are not being considered in a fair and honest manner. Now, in the meantime, since writing this piece, I've had the opportunity and privilege to have a long chat with Councillor Paul Diani, who helped me to understand his perspective and listen intently to mine. And several other councillors reached out as well. Thank you for taking the time to respond to our concerns. And while there was agreement that there needs to be more clarity around the original motive for this initiative, it also became abundantly clear that not everyone is going to agree on everything, and we need to find a happy medium. So I truly thank all of you for diligently working that out. And just the fact that you took the time to hear us makes us feel, well, a little less villainous. Blessings as you consider your motives, directives, and come to a balanced decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Deb. Councillor Michalak.
Thank you very much, Chair Patriva, through you to Ms. Alkema. Thank you for coming, and thank you for your words and your passionate comments towards what you're seeing within your industry. So, I was paying attention, and, the key thing that came, that I took away was, where did this come from? And we were circulated a copy of the motion that was originally made by Councillor Russell and seconded by myself. And this was October 25th, 2021, where back in the day, there was that shooting in Fort Erie. There was, there's noise complaints, there's bylaw, issues, and we were talking about it, and we said, so who is this person that owns this house that was rented out? And currently, as it stands now, I don't believe there is a way for us to know if it's a numbered company that owns that residence. So that's where there was a bit of concern, at least my part, and I'm confident Councillor Russell's part as well. There's also, during those times where we were approving condominium developments or looking at them or, considering them that were on the lake or had views, and we were worried about whether or not they were actually going to be residences or just repurposed as Airbnbs or hotel rooms. So were we actually creating new residences for those wanting to move into this town or, relocate within the town? So that's what we didn't know at the time. So that's where I think, you deserve an answer as to where this came from. And that's my answer to you, to that question. And the question I have to you, through you, Chair, is, are you against some sort of regulation or some sort of tracking or monitoring of Airbnbs at all? Should we be considering some sort of measure of at least inventorying or having them on file or on record, similar to what Dave Brown was mentioning earlier? Are you in favor of that sort of initiative?
I think it's fair always to know where the Airbnbs are. In fact, the Airbnb platform does protect the homes until someone has booked, has actually booked, just so that they're just not out there as this kind of like, oh, that's an Airbnb. So the guests don't know where those Airbnbs are. They don't know there's houses there that are, don't always have people them. They don't know that. They only know that address once they book. So once they book, they know where it is. I think what was a little bit missing in some of this discussion and stuff was the Airbnb platform is very comprehensive. There is so many checks and balances put in place. They send out regular information. They are always trying to tweak it because at the end of the day, they don't want their business to suffer. And their business is very much dependent on how well these Airbnbs are run. So I think to say that we're just doing this thing and it's just we're kind of doing willy-nilly and nobody really knows what we're doing and there's not accountability, I would say it is not true. I think there's a lot of accountability. There's accountability to our neighbors. There's accountability to our guests. There's accountability to our Airbnb platform, any other platform that we advertise on. It's our names, our pictures, and our names are on the host. This is your host. My name is right there. You can see my picture. I have accountability to them personally. The reviews, the reviews are all public, so every time if something went really well, they say it. If something doesn't go well, they're going to say it. They get a chance to privately message us also. So I think to say that there's no accountability there's a lot of accountability. And I think the other thing is too, if there's a noise complaint, we have systems set in place already. This is what, if there's a fire, we call 911. If there's a noise complaint, there's processes to go through. I feel like we're just adding on more things, even those things are already working and they're already in place. And that's why I keep asking the question, like, how many complaints are there? Where are the complaints? And why is it all of a sudden that Airbnbs are no longer valued as a contributing factor to the tourism? I was just talking earlier today too, and I said, it was very, very hard for us to get insurance. And I asked why, and they said, well, the verbiage and the discussion around Airbnb is because these one-offs, these one squeaky wheels, or these it is so negative, nobody wants to touch it. So $3,000 later, we're invested in something like this. We're in partners with friends of ours. And to be honest, they can't do it without us. So if we were 4 houses inside of that urban boundary, even though our driveway is beautifully long, our property's manicured, our home we are super hosts, which means we have the top delegation of host recognition. If we were 4 houses over, we'd be shut down, all because we'd be in the urban boundary. And I think there's got to be more to this than just doing this blank cart statement of this is what it's going to look like and not taking consideration of how it's affecting the people of your community that are giving back to your community.
Thank you very much for your answer. It's just, if based on the original motion, therefore be it resolved, and that, we're looking at investigating the possibility for these adjustments, and similar to what I said earlier, yeah, your name, you're personally connected and attached, and same with your partner. But the concern that I would have is that we have numbered companies that we don't know who to reach when things are going sideways. And not to say, whether we've had these problems yet or not. I think we're taking a proactive approach rather than, waiting for something bad to happen. So that's where I'm coming from with this. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mikla. Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, just to extend a little bit of what Councillor Mikulik talked about as far as the, like, where the motion came from. So again, I can send this over to you afterwards. Again, we have copies of them. It came back in 2021, and there was a lot going on back then. And we were trying to be proactive, and we were trying to make sure that we had some way to regulate those units, because again, it could, in my mind, I was thinking condos and houses in the urban area that were being purchased and were just being run strictly as a turnstile. People are coming in, people coming out. Nobody has any idea who's in there one weekend, who's out there the next weekend. That was a concern, number one. Number two is, since then, and even back then, there is a housing crisis. And I would much rather have the ones that, again, the people that are not living in, I know yours is one of those, and you are outside the urban area, but I would much rather have, no disrespect to you, I'd much rather have a family living in there, raising their kids, than having it as a business where that's one less abode that a family has an option to buy. And if we do that across every community, and say there's just 50 across every community, again, that housing stock increase goes up, and all of a sudden, maybe this crisis isn't as bad as it is, or the way it's going to be in the years to come if we don't get started some of these builds getting done. So that was also one of the onuses to get this thing moving forward back then. I would point out, and again, when we get to the report, we did at the time talk about restricting Airbnbs. It was absolutely one of the things we wanted to do, but we wanted to make sure that we didn't impact the non-traditional bed and breakfasts that, again, we have a lot of discussions here about. So by all means, I do appreciate your thoughts. I know I've talked to Amanda quite a few times, and again, hopefully we can find some kind of synergy between what this process has generated in terms of a process, and again, whatever that best resolution is for the community. So again, thank you for coming and sharing your thoughts.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Russell. Councillor Brunei.
Thank you, Chair. To the delegate, I'm wondering if you could articulate if there's, based on your current operation right now with the number of bedrooms you have in your Airbnb and the number of guests that you're able to accommodate currently versus what's happening in the report, is there anything negatively that's impacting you in terms of the number of guests that you can accommodate moving forward, that you can see through the report?
We have a 3-bedroom, so we have 2 people can go in each bedroom. So, and then we have a pull-out sofa, which typically is like if somebody has like a child or one extra, like it doesn't get used very often, but in extenuating circumstances, we'll have up to 7 or 8.
So you mentioned that you've had a discussion with our director. From anything that you've kind of ascertained from that discussion.
Like, if I'm reading the slide presentation correctly, then we would only be allowed to have up to 6 in that house then, I think.
I'm wondering if Mr. Deanny can just, or someone, maybe Allison, someone can just comment on that to see if that is accurate, or if there's a negative impact or not.
Thank you. Through you, the bylaw states that a single detached dwelling can have 6 bedrooms or 12 occupants.
Through you, Chair, I'm just wondering also if, when I look at the disadvantages here, and in talking to our bylaw team, apparently we continue to have parking complaints. That seems to be, I guess, other than some isolated noise, from what I'm understanding and talking to the bylaw team, is potential parking concerns. Do you have parking concerns on your?
No, and in fact, a lot of people that we've spoken to said there's, like, if I look at my own immediate family, and we have 3 teens, and they all have their own car, plus my husband and I. So you have those sort of things, and you're like, if I was in any kind of urban space, I would be also struggling for parking, obviously. But I think where you have parking issues, you have parking issues, regardless if they're an Airbnb or if they're just a resident. Like, I don't think you'd ever drive by a place and go, that must be an Airbnb because there's so many cars out there. We have a very long driveway. We can fit cars in there easily. We're never parked on the road. And so, yeah, that parking piece is not a concern for us, for sure.
You talked about the checks and balances that Airbnb has there. So, is there, like, what else are we not understanding? Like, is, like obviously you talked about the identity you've got to pass on along. If there was a potential that, maybe there was a party, that potentially was coming out there just to party on a long weekend, like, is there checks and balances in place? I don't know enough about Airbnb, but are there checks and balances that you hear about through Airbnb or VRBO or?
Actually had a situation where we had guests that were trying to book, and they were trying to book too close to when they actually wanted the house. And so it was flagged, and we couldn't communicate with them, we couldn't access them, they couldn't access us, and so we reached out to Airbnb and said, what's going on? They're like, well, they're flagged. We don't like people booking too close to the time that they actually want the house, because then it seems like too much of a last-minute thing. So they're like, we really need to protect our Airbnb identity, and we don't want these party houses. So the other thing is they have to give us their ages of the guests and the names of the guests of how many people are staying in there. And like I said, the identification, they require identification. And so I would say even in the last 2 years since we've been working with Airbnb, they've even come out with more things, more updates. Every year you get some sort of update, and this is what's new, and keep you safe, keep your guests safe. They offer helpful tips. So, even when we got started, we're like, oh, that's a great idea. Oh, that's a great idea, right? All the fire safety stuff, they have, it is very, it's good. It's very comprehensive.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for delegating this evening and actually, in some ways, kind of enlightening this council on some of the idiosyncrasies that go about what an owner-operator actually gets involved in. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Deb. There being no further delegations, I have a motion moved by Councillor Michalak. The committee receive and file as information the following delegations regarding short-term accommodation licensing bylaw and zoning bylaw amendment recommendation, PD 05-24, Harold Teal, David Brown, Jacqueline Symes, Deb Alkema. I will now ask our deputy clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair. And just to clarify, Harold Teal is no longer a part of that motion.
did
We've
it,
already
okay.
voted on that delegation. So it will just be David Brown, Jacqueline, and Deb. So I will go ahead and open that vote. And that vote carries. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. So we will now consider item 7.2.1, report PD 05-24 regarding short-term accommodation licensing bylaw and zoning bylaw amendment recommendation. And we will have a presentation provided by staff. Prior to that presentation, I will ask that committee proceed with a majority vote to request an extension for the presentation until completed. I have a motion moved by Councillor Murray. The committee extend the presentation time regarding short-term accommodation licensing bylaw and zoning bylaw recommendation until completed. I will now ask our deputy clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair. That vote's now open. And that vote carries. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. We will now hear a presentation from the Director of Planning and Development, Planner, Director of Economic Development and Communications, and the Economic Development Officer. So, staff, Paul, Matt, Allison, and Cameron, please go ahead.
Give us 1 second and we'll get that loaded for you. Oh, there it goes.
Good evening, everyone, members of council. We're before you now to take you through a little bit of a presentation in terms of where we're at with respect to short-term accommodations business licensing framework. It's been an evolving process for sure. We're going to go over where we were, how we got there, some of the changes, and go through some of the intake process and how things are going to unfold in terms of those making an application. So providing you a little bit of detail as to how the process would unfold. But before we get there, can I switch the slides? Okay. So I think one of the things that's important to highlight is why we're here in the first place. What is the purpose of this? And I know that's been the subject of conversation already tonight. You see with the first point, and I think council mentioned that they've been distributed a copy of the motion that was previously approved by council that set us forth. And really, I think where that came from, and not just us, but many municipalities, what they're grappling with is the overall commercialization of residential uses. And that takes many differing forms in terms of short-term accommodations, different varieties, but really it's residential uses that are either being converted to more of a commercial use, or, and the impacts that are associated with those. And when you look at what some of those impacts are, obviously we heard noise. That is one of the nuisance impacts that happens with some of these. They're what we get called to site for sometimes. There's sometimes disputes between neighbors, residents coming in, inquiring, making comments. I know one of the big things tonight too is looking at some of the impacts. We mentioned health and safety, protecting the health and safety. And I think a lot of that is when you look at what has transpired in certain circumstances, and I'm not I heard the word villainous in terms of, or villainy, in terms of referring to operators, and that's not the intention at all, but there have been circumstances, not even just at the town, but in other municipalities where we've spoken, where there are issues with sometimes over-occupancies, things like parties that are happening, mention of parking, not just on the site where there's an abundance of parking, but maybe overflow onto residential streets that weren't designed to accommodate that type of parking, leading to potential obstruction of emergency services. So these are, when we talk about safety and why we're considering these things, those are some of the things that came out through our analysis, which, as we embarked on this, took us through a very extensive process, reaching out to many municipalities north of 20, all different sizes, those focused on a lot of rural tourism, Prince Edward County, for example, looking at how they're dealing with it. Because again, like I mentioned, a lot of other municipalities are considering similar frameworks or already have them in place. So it was a combination of talking to those municipal colleagues to draw upon lessons learned or additional directions that maybe we didn't consider. And then once we had done that, now we're in front of you here, but we've had two other touch points with council. This is our third. So we've had 3 opportunities to be before you, giving you that information. There's been 2 public information centers where we've wanted to achieve information or obtain information from operators and residents as well that may express some commentary on the other side of things in terms of some of the impacts they might have experienced. We did get some input in that regard as well. So there were various forms of obtaining input, either through the PICs, through an online survey. We've had one-on-one conversations with many interested stakeholders as well. So what we did was, following the public meeting, hearing the information we heard there as well, is we came back with a revised framework. We did make some changes in response to input received, and without further ado, I'll ask the rest of the team to kind of walk you through what some of those are. But that's in a nutshell how we got here. I'm happy to provide that context, and now I'll step aside and let Paul take the stand.
Take the stand. Thank you, Director Bruder. I appreciate that, and good evening, members of council and Mayor Easton. So as Director Bruder indicated, the recommendations before you this evening are based on consultation with the sector. I know Ms. Martin will highlight on the slides, subsequent slides, the level of consultation that we had, but I do please note that the level of feedback that we received in the October public meeting, we've incorporated a lot of those changes. And we will see those in one of the subsequent slides. So in my opinion, again, this is my opinion, on a scale of 1 to 10, where 10 is being the most restrictive that we've seen some municipalities implement some of these rules and regulations, we're coming back to you at a 4. It really means that we're trying to balance the level of allowing accommodations to happen, but also the rules and regulations that we see forth, and we're finding that we've had a happy medium between the two. So, as of January 2024, I know some of the questions that we've had in terms of the number of STAs that we have in Lincoln. We have 211 listings in our community. This does not mean 211 individual properties, as some properties can have multiple listings. So, for example, they can rent 2 different bedrooms, which count as 2 listings. Regardless of whether or not they are on different properties or different platforms, the AirDNA software that we have does distinguish between the different platforms and does recognize that there is no double counting. So STAs are split between our rural and urban areas, and according to most recent reviews, we have roughly 83 STAs in the urban areas and 128 in the rural areas. These numbers obviously fluctuate as the season fluctuates in terms of visitation, but according to our reports, we average every month about 178 listings in Lincoln. As you can see from the mapping software that we have here, the bulk of our STAs are in the Beamsville area, and most operators rent out their entire home rather than individual rooms. According to the data, in January and February, we had 62 individual properties, of course, and again, that does fluctuate as the seasonality of our tourism sector slides or changes. So as previously mentioned, there are benefits to STAs in Lincoln. They help increase our tourism spend and our visitor visitation. They help support our wineries, our restaurants, and our retail establishments. There is increased revenue for local businesses. They allow additional income for homeowners and broaden our supply of tourist accommodations. And while operators are good people with good establishments, there are some disadvantages to the STA market that Director Bruder just indicated. And of course, there is a potential displacement of long-term rental housing options. There's the commercialization of residential properties, land use compatibility concerns, potential parking and noise concerns as well. But at the end of the day, as mentioned by some of our delegates, the STA sector does provide a benefit to our accommodation sector and our visitation. So we do want to mention, and of course the word villainy was sort of thrown around, we definitely do not want to do that. We understand that there is a benefit to them. And again, as my opening comments indicated, we're trying to find that happy balance between council's motion, what our sector needs, and providing some of those rules and regulations. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Allison. Thank you.
Thank you. So prior to coming forward with the recommendation this evening, staff worked to gain a better understanding of the existing context for STAs in Lincoln and completed ongoing research and monitoring of over 21 municipalities that have explored or have implemented a licensing bylaw or enhanced zoning provisions. Based on the findings of the research and best practices, and with the assistance of the Municipal Law Enforcement Division, staff determined that an updated definition of an STA and the various types of rentals should be provided, that additional provisions should be added to the zoning bylaw to address operations, and a licensing bylaw and application framework should be implemented. Staff received feedback, as mentioned, from current operators who felt that the proposed bylaw and framework in October 2023 were too onerous. As such, staff have taken that feedback and proposed to remove, first, the requirement for a parking management plan. Instead of providing a separate plan, operators will be responsible for submitting a site sketch which shows the proposed parking spaces on site to ensure that the number of guest rooms can be accommodated. We've removed the requirement for a report from the Niagara Region Septic System Inspector stating that the proposed occupancy can be supported by the existing septic system on the lot. Instead, we propose only to require an acknowledgement that the property has a functioning septic system on site. We've revised the requirements for fire safety in the 3 previous versions of the bylaw and application framework. We required a fire safety plan for all applications. We're now proposing to require only a fire safety protocol for rentals that will host 4 or less guests. Fire safety protocol must identify the location of all fire safety equipment and location of emergency exits. Where a rental will host more than 4 guests, a fire safety plan must be submitted and approved by the fire department. The plan must be in compliance with the fire code. We've also removed the requirement for an electrical safety certificate and have now included a declaration from the applicant on the application form stating that they're in compliance with the code. So despite the changes that have been made to the bylaw and framework since the public meeting and comments were received, there are some aspects that have remained the same. The following are still required: proof of ownership, identity, an agent authorization form where an application is being made on the owner's behalf, a responsible person form to ensure that a local contact who is 30 minutes from the STA is within 30 minutes of the STA where the owner is not going to be on site, a site sketch, a floor plan, a certificate of insurance, and NEC approval where required. The following slides will discuss the proposed licensing bylaw in depth. So What will the proposed licensing bylaw do? All operators will be required to obtain a 2-year license and pay the $700 application fee. In order to arrive at the proposed fee, staff completed a fee scan of municipalities who have bylaws in place and considered the staff time required to operate the program. As such, it was determined that $700 would cover the time required to issue a license. The program will implement a standard and easy-to-use application and renewal process, which staff will touch on at the end of this presentation. It will implement a demerit point and administrative monetary penalty system to address non-compliance with the proposed bylaw. We'll create a detailed registry of all short-term rentals within the town. The bylaw also seeks to protect the health and safety of guests and residents, which we've touched on tonight, by addressing issues such as insurance and fire requirements. Bylaw seeks to minimize potential impacts to surrounding property owners by addressing compatibility concerns, especially within dense residential neighborhoods. The bylaw also seeks to protect the residential character and stability of these dense residential neighborhoods. So the proposed application framework, as previously mentioned, we're proposing a standard application process for all forms of STAs within the town. The application framework on this slide outlines once again and highlights the application requirements that have remained the same since October 2023. A demerit point and administrative monetary penalty system are proposed as the enforcement mechanism for the licensing bylaw. The system proposes to impose financial penalties and administrative points which may result in the loss of a license. An ongoing offender may face escalating enforcement, suspension, or revocation of a license if a specific number of fines or points are laid within a set period of time. We've also talked a lot about the staff requirements to run the program. As proposed, there's 3 staffing requirements for the program. A license administrator first, which will be responsible for intaking, processing, reviewing, and issuing licenses. This role will be assigned to an existing staff member in the Planning and Development Department. Second, a screening officer, which will be responsible for screening and reviewing all hearing requests for tickets and fines. The screening officer role will be assigned to the manager of municipal law enforcement, as he is currently the screening officer for other bylaw appeals within the town. And third, a hearing officer, which will be responsible for conducting hearings. The town currently has a hearing officer on retainer who will continue to hold hearings when required by the bylaw. So if the bylaw and zoning bylaw amendment are approved, staff are proposing a 6-month educational period prior to proceeding with enforcement to allow operators a transition period. The goal of the educational period is to inform and educate operators of their licensing responsibilities. During this time, town staff will work with operators to prepare application requirements such as site plans, obtain agency approvals where required, and submit the online application. As mentioned, we've also had a very comprehensive public consultation process prior to coming forward with a recommendation this evening. We held a public information center on March 30th with 29 attendees who signed in, another public information center on July 27th with 18 attendees who signed in. A public survey was published and open on March 7th to May 1st with 61 responses. The Town of Lincoln Economic Development Department held a roundtable discussion with the Lincoln Chamber of Commerce in 2023 to discuss DMO development, the municipal accommodation tax, where STA reform was also discussed. We've done extensive notice through the town's social media channels and in the local newspaper. A statutory public meeting was held on October 16th, and prior to this meeting this evening, a follow-up letter was circulated, social media postings were completed, and 2 advertisements ran in the local newspaper. As discussed, we've completed ongoing public consultation throughout the process, and we've received varying feedback from both operators and the public. First, comments were received regarding the principal residency requirements outlined in the licensing bylaw and zoning bylaw amendment. The principal residency component has been a part of the existing zoning bylaw and has been a requirement in zoning bylaw number 2022-50 since November 2022. The purpose of the principal residence component is to address absentee owners, as there have been issues in the past where one is not able to respond to issues as they arise. Staff heard from operators at the public meeting that the licensing process was too onerous. As such, we've reduced the number of application requirements for operators in accordance with the comments received and drafted an online application form to be reviewed later in this presentation. Comments were received regarding the number of parking spaces required per rental. This is another component of the bylaw that has existed in the zoning bylaw since November 2022. The purpose of this is to ensure that all operators are able to accommodate the parking associated with the number of rental rooms offered. The cost of the license has also been a contentious issue. Staff received feedback from both the operators regarding the proposed fee, stating it was high, and also received comments from the public stating that the program must be self-sufficient and not become a cost to taxpayers. As mentioned, in order to arrive at the fee, staff conducted research on fee structures in other municipalities and completed an exercise to estimate the amount of time or staff time required to issue a license. Comments were also received regarding the applicability of the bylaw to all forms of STAs within the town. The determination to capture all forms of short-term rentals in the bylaw was a result of the research conducted. By not establishing a licensing regime for all forms of short-term rental options, we would not be holding all forms of rentals to the same standards with respect to application requirements for safety. Further, while all forms of rental options may differ in nature from one another, they still have the potential to introduce similar issues such as parking and noise. Both bed and breakfast and short-term rentals can be considered a residential use and a form of commercial use. As such, they're recommended to be recognized as a form of short-term rentals requiring a license. We also heard from operators regarding the insurance requirements. They provided comments regarding the application requirement. However, it's an industry standard practice to require a certificate of insurance in the amount of $2 million. I'll now turn the presentation over to Cameron Rotz, Economic Development Officer, to review the application process.
Thank you, Allison. So I'm just going to take a few minutes here to walk through our online application process that we developed with our new Town of Lincoln website. As council is aware, we developed the website just over a year ago, and part of the reason to develop it was so we can have these application processes go more smoothly and easier for the applicant. So I'm going to click through right now, unless it was already open.
It is open.
It is open? Yes, please. Perfect. Okay, so we developed the following webpage on our new website. As you can see on the side here, we have our associated emails where applicants can easily contact us if they have any questions or concerns about the application process. We just briefly, it says proposed for the time being because obviously it is proposed right now. Just a brief description of what the bylaw is, what it entails, and then we have a simple step-by-step process from completing the application, paying the fee, and when applicable, reviewing the municipal accommodation tax. So within the complete the online application form, simple button to click through, which actually I'll open it up on a separate tab, brings you to the application form where we require the information from the applicant. So for general admission information, as you can see through just the contacts application information, a representative if an agent is applying on behalf of the owner, just require their information as well, and just some simple information required for just details about the accommodation itself, i.e. how many bedrooms, maximum occupancy, where it's located, etc. And then within there too, all the applicants can just simply upload their attachments within the web form itself. And there's actually brief descriptions of what each document entails. And then below that as well, there is the acknowledgement as well of parking, fire safety, electrical safety, rental unit, principal residence, insurance, many of which we removed documents which were in the original, which we originally brought forth to council, and made it more of an acknowledgement that they acknowledge that they're following these elements. And then, so within the webpage itself too, we do have examples of, for example, I'll open up the owner authorization form here, and simply just filling out the name of the owner, the authorized agent, if that's applicable. Everything is kind of a fill-in document for most cases. So another example is the responsible person form. Once again, a simple fill-in document, just acknowledging who the responsible person is for the accommodation. Site sketch, we have a brief example here too. And what I want to emphasize here as well is, I know this is something created using computer software, but we would be more than happy to accept a hand drawing that outlines the residence itself, where the parkings are, etc. Floor plan as well. Where So, very similar. And once again, we would accept it on behalf as a hand drawing as well. Fire safety protocol, similar to the floor plan as well. And then the fire safety plan as well, it is actually a Word document where the applicant can go in and fill it in as well, just so they can, but it has everything written down and it's just a simple fill in as well. So the idea behind this too is we created the application checklist, which owners can download too. And essentially it outlines each thing that is required with each of the applications, and if it's required based on their particular short-term accommodation. It also has a brief description underneath, just so they can get an idea of what it is, and it will help them gather all the information that they need prior to submitting their application through the online web form. And as Allison, Paul, and Matt all emphasized earlier, we wanted to make this as simple and easy to submit as possible for the applicants, and we're always here to answer any questions that they may have. And that would be a conclusion of our presentation. At the end here, we do have an appendix just for the public record of all the definitions that have been updated throughout our time with this process.
Okay. Thank you very much. Do members of committee have any questions? Okay, and it's lighting up like a Christmas tree. So Councillor Russell, start us off, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First question through you to Cameron. Don't go away. Just wondering if you could give some insight into the reapplication process. So let's say they apply, the first 2 years go smoothly, and they are going to reapply in year 3. What's that process? Is it a lot simpler? Is it just a attestation plus the fee? Like what happens at that point?
So aside from the fee that they'll have to pay in the third year, if nothing has changed, simply providing the original documents that they originally submitted, something as simple as that.
Sorry, and just a clarification through you, Mr. Chair. So they have to re-provide or provide again, not re-provide, the same information they've already submitted to the town? Like, why wouldn't the town have that on file?
For you, Chair, I'd actually like to defer this to Allison, if you don't mind.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Through you, when an application for renewal is submitted, if nothing's changed, they will not have to resubmit the floor plan, site sketches. We will have it on file.
Okay. Well, thank you. And second question, and my last question probably, through you to Mr. Bruder or Mr. Deanne. There was a conversation, I think it was from David, about delineating between a traditional B&B and a on-prem STA or Airbnb. It's hard to keep everything straight, but is there any value in doing that? Is there any repercussions if that is done, if you delineate between the two and treat them a little bit differently? Just wondering your thoughts on that when you put this thing together.
Through you, Mr. Chair, maybe I'll take a first crack at it and defer to Paul if he's got any further commentary. But when we looked at that, again, when I talk about commercialization of residential uses, I think in some cases, you know, there are some similarities. When you look at a single detached dwelling that could be used for a B&B, it's right that the proprietor lives there, but you could have 6 rooms that are also rented out as well, and maybe some of the associated impacts. One of the things, you know, we mentioned earlier, a loophole. Now, this wasn't the sole factor in the decision-making process, but nevertheless, what would happen in other municipalities that we consulted with was, you know, if you're going to license an STA differently from a B&B, really the B&B portion of it is when food is being served, right? Other than the proprietor living there as well. With an STA, that's also potentially possible. So you would get circumstances where one would just try to justify that, you know, they're one and not the other by just issuing or providing food, then whereby it would kind of defeat the purpose of trying to distinguish them. So that was one of the considerations, but also when we look at some of the potential impacts that could result, again, commercialization, and I'm not saying anybody here is the culprit of any potential impacts that could be resulting of these uses, but that was another factor when we looked at those. When I look at STAs, it's in the report as well. You look at some of the trends in terms of the number of bedrooms, even those are, majority 1 or 2 bedrooms. That was kind of the highest number of the ones that we knew of. So all these things in tandem, it was the decision of staff that they should be treated the same when it comes to the business license. I don't know if Paul has any additional comments.
I will. Thank you, Director Bruder, and Chair, through you to the councillor. So in the extensive research that we've done in looking how other municipalities have treated this, we've found that most municipalities, if they did not include bed and breakfast in the original bylaw, had to go back and change it. In fact, we saw that in St. Catharines, and part of the reason being is, and again, we have very upstanding operators behind us, and I'm sure in Lincoln, but we did find, or in St. Catharines, for example, that a plate of cookies would be left out in an Airbnb and they'd call it a bed and breakfast, for example. So again, we have very upstanding operators behind us, and I'm sure everyone would be operating above board, but I think it behooves us to really level the playing field for everybody, and that's what we're trying to do here.
Okay. And just a comment, not necessarily a question, but it is a question. Was there ever any consideration, and I don't know if this would help any of our existing B&Bs or Airbnbs, but creating the license framework to be by room as opposed to just a straight flat fee? So again, if somebody's just renting out 1 bedroom in their home, they pay X, where if somebody's renting out 5 bedrooms in the room, they're paying X times 5.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think it is something that we consider, and again, outreach to other municipalities and looking what they do. Some of the factors, or a lot of them, are still the same in terms of the submission requirements, our time to review them. You still need to have a lot of these ingredients anyways, just because by virtue of you now offering up kind of a commercial offering, so to speak. So, when it comes to other things, if there are other enforcement issues that come out of it and even things like monitoring, there is still a fairly comparable amount of staff time needed for those. So that's why at this particular time, regardless of the number of rooms, and this again, when we looked at the industry practice was to just, it would be implemented the same way. Now, albeit certain things are simplified, when you look at it even from a septic point of view, having that declaration that the septic system is good working order, less drain on it when there's less units, looking at the fire safety protocol, when you have less rooms, it's far less in terms of requirements that the fire code requires. So those things kind of do parse it down a little when there's lesser occupants, but overall, with respect to the licensing framework as a whole, it would be treated the same.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Vice Chair Murray.
Thank you very much, Chair. Through you to our presenters. Thank you very much, guys. I've been going through the bylaw, and kudos. I wouldn't want to have to build something like this. I've got a couple of questions just in terms of clarity around some of the nuances of it. So Councillor Russell and some of the other presenters today talked a little bit about having someone, it's their principal residence, so they're on site. Can you clarify if that is actually necessarily the case? Because if I look at the dwelling principal residence, it says they have to live there more than 180 days a year. So I think that there is a potential there that somebody could say, this is my principal residence, but when I'm going to live in my cottage for the summer, so during the summer, although this is my principal residence, I'm not there, and people can rent the house, and I'm not actually on premise.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. Couple of things to that. First of all, when we look at the principal residency, that's one of the reasons why we ask for kind of ID of the applicant, because we want to ensure that ID, that's where the principal residence, you can see right then and there where their principal residence is on the issued ID. But also, even if they go to a cottage, let's just say, and yeah, this might be their principal residence, but they might be away for a good period of time. There's also a requirement there. We need to have an agent or somebody that's within a half an hour of that property as well, just to make sure we've still covered off that accountability piece. So we're trying to tackle both sides of that. But that was one of the reasons why we were asking for that identification, to make sure that we could identify indeed that it was, in fact, the principal resident, because again, from an accountability standpoint, there's benefits.
Fair enough, but just in clarification, I would assume, though, that having somebody 30 minutes away is a very different experience than having somebody in the house renting out. Like, so I'm renting, and the guy who owns it is right there. Like, that is a different experience, and yet that's not really captured within this. Is that fair to say?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think it could be a different experience for sure. But again, some of the compatibility issues wouldn't necessarily go away just because the proprietor's there. But I do agree that is an added layer of accountability, which is a positive.
Thank you very much. And another question, if I could, Chair. So then I also just wanted a little bit of clarity around the penalty piece, or not the penalty piece, but the demerit point piece. Oh, shoot, here it is. So 13.5 and 13.6 talks about demerit points. And 10 demerit points, you can revoke the license and they can appeal it. And 15 points, you can revoke the license and they can't appeal it. Is that really the only difference? And if so, how come? So I guess my question, if that is in fact the only difference, then that 5-point difference, now we're not allowed to talk about it anymore, I guess is my question.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, maybe I'll start and maybe Allison can add to it. But I think the intent there, the difference is, when you get up to 15, I think there's been ample opportunities as well to address some of the ongoing issues that have been identified. Once you get up to 15 points, there's either been some pretty significant issues or repeating of issues of varying variety. So I think that's, again, where we get to the threshold where, okay, enough's enough at this point. There's no... If the message isn't being conveyed and we're not seeing any positive movement at that time, then, there would have already been an appeal process or a hearing process for previous infractions for the most part, except for some of the larger ones that we've identified in there. So Allison, I don't know if you have anything else to say? No? Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair, that's all.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair Murray. Councilor Bernay.
Thank you, Chair Patriva, and I just want to say that, I appreciate the work that's gone into this. I do agree that you guys have worked hard, and Allison, you've brought a report here. But there's still a lot of issues here for me that I'm having difficulty understanding. So just this demerit point and administrative monetary penalty system, I understand this is pretty commonplace with a lot of municipalities. I get it. I did have to go to my Webster's dictionary to look at what vexatious and spurious means. And I'm pretty sure that implies that this means that our people that are driving around in our white vehicles are going to be looking for vexatious activity. So I'm just trying to understand what this really means in terms of bylaw.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think the reference there to vexatious is vexatious complaints. One of the pieces of input that we heard from operators is, well, okay, we're operating there and somebody complains, but really, they're complaining about something that either isn't true or something that's exaggerated. So what that means is essentially there's going to be an extra layer when municipal law enforcement officers respond to issues, and this isn't just with this particular bylaw, it's bylaws in general. They have to consider that as well. They have to consider the source. They have to do a little bit of an investigation, and I think that's what that wording is implying, just when it comes to vexatious input or complaints and making sure that we look through that lens.
So, Councillor, or Chair Patriva, just a comment to that. I don't want this to be my second question. So I appreciate that response, but I got to tell you, and I'm not trying to make light of this, I understand we have a responsibility here to make sure that we do the right thing. But I've been on council for 10 years, and I've fielded hundreds and hundreds of complaints about cannabis and about parking and about snow removal. I tell you, the next phone call I get about a complaint about an STA will be the first one I've ever had in 10 years. So I'm missing something here. I really am. That being said, I had to point that out. I just feel like, yeah, I believe this is an issue in a lot of areas, Collingwood, Vancouver, Ottawa. I'm not seeing it. I'm missing it, but I understand we have due diligence and we have a responsibility, and for that I thank you. Chair, my second comment, nobody's talking about compliance, but when we talked about this, when we were discussing the MAT tax and the DMO, we talked about compliance. We talked about phasing this in. What is our understanding on how, I have a concern that we're actually going to put people out of business and we're going to drive people underground, which means we're not going to know they're operating, but they're out there. So what is our expectation in terms of compliance as we move forward? Year 1, year 2, year 3. I remember hearing at some point, we were expecting 20% compliance in year 1. I don't know, it's been a long time since I went to school, but 20%, 20 out of 100, not very good. So I'm just trying to understand what the expectations are as we move the needle.
So Chair, through you to the councillor, and a lot of points in that, councillor, so I do want to kind of maybe break it down a little bit, but one of the key things that I think we heard this evening is that this, the MAT tax is really contingent on STA licensing and reform. It's not, in the sense that council passed a bylaw in December, that really identified bringing forward a municipal accommodation tax for the town of Lincoln. In our bylaw and our recommendation report in winter, in December, we said we were going to implement municipal accommodation tax starting April 1st for traditional hotel rooms and July 1st for short-term accommodations. Part of that is it's easier to get traditional hotel rooms onboarded on the municipal accommodation tax. It is going to take a little bit more time, and we recognize that, to get short-term accommodation partners onboarded with the MAT tax. Because council has passed the bylaw for municipal accommodation tax, it becomes a legal tax. So regardless of whether or not somebody is onboarded with the STA licensing, still means that you have a municipal accommodation tax in our community. Let me tell you, it's going to make it a lot easier, because then we're going to have the lists and licensing and the amount of operators that we have in our community. But it's not contingent on that. So in the number you're referring to in terms of the 20%, I actually think it was 20 onboarded in MAT in year 1, because we were being super conservative in terms of the amount paying into the municipal accommodation tax. Because I think at the time we were hearing a lot of concerns about, well, you're not going to get people onboarded on MAT, so we're being conservative in our estimation. In terms of how many people are onboarded in this process, I think, looking at what other municipalities have done throughout Niagara, and if we pass this evening, we'll be the 9th municipality in Niagara with a short-term accommodation licensing and framework, or regulatory framework. It's going to take some time. It does take some time, so which is part of the reason why we're looking at a 6-month window of education and onboarding for this process. And enforcement doesn't start for 6 months. I hope that answers your question, Councillor. Sorry.
Yeah, it does, Paul, and I appreciate the clarification on the 20%. I believe you are absolutely 100%. That was with regards to the DMO, so I appreciate that clarification and that comment. So through you, Chair, Mr. Bruder, when you first got to the microphone, you said that, we've had this public engagement and we've had these PICs and we've done this and we've done that. And I guess I would agree with you to a small degree. Where I'm disagreeing is, we have helped a lot of industry sectors all through COVID. We've worked with the wineries. We've helped them with VQA licensing, going to delegations. We're always helping business sectors. We help people during COVID, and we are having, industry stakeholder roundtables with the greenhouse, as a matter of fact, the greenhouse operators coming up in April. Where I feel we've really missed the boat here, and I've got to say this because I've talked to a number of people that have been involved in this process. They came to the public meeting in October. They expressed their concerns. We heard it loud and clear. You asked for us to step away and give you an opportunity to come back with this report we're sharing tonight. But I believe that we never actually went back to any of those people and sat down with them one-on-one to understand what their frustrations were, what their concerns were that they expressed in that October meeting. So I believe that we have not done our due diligence to really understand what those concerns are. Yes, we've moved the needle tonight, and we've made it less onerous, but I don't believe that we, council and staff, really truly understand what these business operators are experiencing. I could be wrong, but that's what I'm being told. And I believe it's important when we have Mr. Thiel come here tonight and talk about, the NEC, and he believes that, what we're doing tonight, there is something missing in the equation. I think that leads me to believe that we maybe need to take another visit on this. And I believe we need to engage some of these people that have taken the time to come here. And I don't believe we truly understand the concerns that they are actually experiencing. Please tell me I'm wrong.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't think I'm going to sit here and tell you you're wrong. Those are your comments, and those are fine. But I mean, at the end of the day, we have offered, like, I don't want to lose the fact here, we've offered many different platforms, different opportunities to provide input. Yes, we didn't go back and do the one-on-one conversations with each and every one at the public meeting, but I can tell you, for those that remained concerned and had input, we were more than willing as a team to meet with them. We did, on people that did approach us. We heard a lot of information at the public meeting. We honed in on what we thought were the key pieces, the things that we could work with and move and accommodate and try to still achieve what we want to achieve, but at the same time, implement some flexibility. We did that. And again, we posted that material. We gave advance we didn't just notify people last week about this meeting. There was an opportunity there too in advance. So I'm not going to tell you that you're wrong, and it's unfortunate to hear that you've heard from people that they don't feel like we've made enough effort to realize what they're experiencing. But I do believe, I don't think it would be fair to say that we haven't gone over and above in terms of outreach and opportunities to provide input as well. So those are my comments.
If I may, Councillor, I just want to add to Director Bruder's comments, and again, through you, Chair. So, I kind of reference, I go back to my comments around a little bit of a balancing act. From our perspective, from staff's perspective, we're trying to balance what Council's original motion was, trying to identify what those concerns were, trying to support the industry, but provide that level playing field and that balance between our recommendations. At the end of the day, we'd love to make everybody happy, but we know we can't do that. So this is our best recommendation to Council on how we can bring this forward, supporting the industry while addressing the concerns that we had. In terms of your comments, Councillor, about having never received any complaints around short-term accommodations, we're trying to be proactive here. If we are successful in driving more tourist visitation to our community, there are going to be business people and homeowners that recognize that there could be some money made in this sector, and there will be more. And then if those complaints start coming in, we're going to be behind the eight ball because we don't have a process in place. So this is our recommendation to balance those concerns and any future concerns we may have.
So Chair, I just appreciate those comments, and, I think we're all in the same camp. We want to continue to grow economic development and tourism. We want, more visitors to come here. We want to continue to grow with all these sectors, wineries and STAs. I just feel that we can do better than this. And I know the monitor is lit up. I believe that based on what we've heard tonight and what I've discussed with some of these owners, that we need a little bit more engagement. If this is coming to a vote, I will not be supporting this, but I am going to step away from the microphone and allow the rest of my colleagues to comment. But I would like to have further discussion before we bring any vote here this evening, Chair. Thank you. Thank you, staff.
Thank you, Councillor Brunet. Councillor McLark.
Thank you very much, Chair Brunet, or Chair Patriva, through you to Matt and team, Matt and Paul and team. I have a number of questions myself. I'm going to start with one that was touched upon a little bit, but not really focused on, and that is the phased-in implementation. So there's a 6 months learning period with the collection of this MAT tax being July 1st. Why would I want to be the first to apply for this? Why wouldn't I wait until, why would I want to remit more MAT tax money sooner than I need to? And if we do the way, if we enforce this or we implement this in the timing that we're talking about implementing it, I see like a compression, like I see a traffic jam of applications 6 months from now, 7 months from now. Why? What are your thoughts on that?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Well, first of all, when it comes to remitting MAT, that's a little bit different of a grace period than what we're talking about here, which is the actual licensing framework. And I think really the benefit, when you talk specifically about the business licensing and should it be approved, this taking advantage of the 6 month period is, I think you'd want to get in earlier than later just to make sure you're ironing out anything on your end so you're not scrambling at the end. I think generally speaking, it wouldn't be about remitting MAT any earlier than you otherwise would, unless Paul can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's more about figuring out how to submit what's needed to be submitted, talk to the staff if you have any questions, and iron it out that way. So that's why if I was an operator and this framework was coming down the pipe, that's why I would want to probably take advantage of that education period and look at it earlier than later.
So just to clarify, that if you were to be one of the first to apply, you wouldn't have to worry about remitting MAT tax until later on.
So Councillor, I go back to one of my comments earlier around, so the MAT and the STA reform, what we're talking about tonight, are two separate things. So the municipal accommodation tax, come July 1st, short-term accommodation partners need to start collecting municipal accommodation tax in our community. If you recall in the report, we did talk about a monthly or a bi-monthly sort of remittance schedule from our short-term accommodation partners on payment of municipal accommodation tax, which would put us roughly in line in terms of when enforcement on short-term accommodation licensing would start to occur. So if you're an operator that waits to the very end in terms of applying for the short-term accommodation license, it doesn't matter, you still have MAT on July 1st, so they're two separate things. So at the end of the day, it really, we're encouraging our partners to come on board as quickly as possible, but we're given that 6-month window of education for the licensing aspect.
Okay, thank you. Next question. It's with regards to the septic issue, and I've been hearing from many people that have concerns about the septic issue, and I'm not. What concerns me is that there's another level of government that people have to deal with when trying to navigate through this application process, and I'm not too sure. It's a letter of status or something like that with the region, but like some people have said, they may not have had any septic issues for 20, 30 years. So all of a sudden now they might have a problem with their septic issue, or that they're not aware of, or that they necessarily don't consider they have. So I don't know if we really need that. That's just my comments. I don't know if that's really necessary, and if it's for safety's sakes, then why aren't we testing the water that people are drinking if they're drinking from a well? Like that's where are we going? Like where would the regulation, or where would we stop? Or so I'm not a fan of that. And I appreciate this bylaw that we're looking at, this and the effort and the time. And I've read many other bylaws in other municipalities, and you're right, we're not the first ones to do this. And I think it's great. I think it's terrific and incredibly important that we have members of the community here voicing their concerns, because what works in Perry Sound might not work in Fort Erie, and it might not work in Lincoln. So I think that engaging with stakeholders and people that they're the ones that they have to buy into this. And if they're not buying into this, then they're not going to sign up for it, or they're just going to shut down, and then we're going to find ourselves in an even worse position. So one more question? There's a little bit of story.
Yeah, that was a bit of a soliloquy,
But you-
Counselor, but if you've got a question, be succinct, because we've got a lot, so, okay.
The cost of this and the cost to the taxpayer. Is there going to be a cost to the taxpayer for this licensing bylaw that we're proposing? Should we put it on the taxpayer to have to enforce, to have to regulate? And I see you're nodding your head no. What if it doesn't cover, what if the $350 a year doesn't cover that cost?
Through you, Mr. Chair, maybe I'll go back to some of the septic comments first. So we did pare back that requirement a little bit initially, and again, looking at standard industry practice, what a lot of others do in similar instances is there's a whole, an actual full-on report coupled with potentially some inspections. We got rid of that. It's more, as you said, more of an acknowledgement now, no additional inspection really intended as part of it. But I would note, even when somebody's doing something like building a house, for example, septic considerations, that's still a box to check off with building permit applications. So we felt that it still needed to be in there. Now, when you're talking about, we'll shift to the cost and the application fee. Again, there's a pretty wide spectrum among the industry, and recognizing that not everybody's the same, as you mentioned, you're exactly right. But the objective is to make sure that the taxpayer isn't held accountable for implementing this particular framework. We want to make sure that the fee collected accounts for that. So as we go forward, we're also indicating that we're going to be reporting back to council on progress of this as we roll it out as well. I think it's important to note that this type of thing isn't necessarily just static. It can be fluid. We can look at it and make real-time adjustments to the fee as we see fit, but also, worst case, if there needs to be some adjustment maybe in the shorter term, I think the MAT tax is another potential contributor to that if need be. So all things considered, we're obviously looking to avoid impacts to the taxpayer as a result of this.
Okay, appreciate that. So just to clarify, there will be a report as to the revenues generated, and then should it not be adequate, there will be a discussion at that time.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I think we all envisioned that there would be some level of reporting back to council on progress. I think we always, a consistent narrative that we've been striking with everyone is that we want to make sure we monitor it for effectiveness and making sure we're achieving what needs to be achieved. So that'll be part of it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Michalak. And before I go to Councillor Timmers, who was passed a note by the Deputy Clerk, is that based on our procedural bylaw, the committee waive the rules and proceed beyond the hour until tonight's agenda is complete. So a show of hands, Deputy Clerk, is that okay? Okay. We're in, so we might as well finish the task. So, Councillor Timmers.
Okay, thank you, Chair Pachariva. So, a lot of work has gone into this. It has not been an easy process to get all these details together, and I can't help but have still questions around B&Bs and Airbnbs. I see a difference in the type of business, and with the owner living there, it's their home. Like, I can't help but feel there needs to be some kind of difference there in the licensing. I don't know what that would be, but I feel that they are different. So I just want to make that comment. So I do have a question around the Niagara Escarpment Commission. So this question was brought up by one of the residents here tonight and business owners. The policy under the NAC only allows for B&Bs. So how does an STA get approval by the NEC if their policy only allows for bed and breakfast? I really can't understand that, so maybe if you can clarify for me.
Through you, Mr. Chair, so that'd be the land use permissions within the land area that the NEC has jurisdiction over. The issue is, and it was referenced by the delegation earlier, is OMAFRA, the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Affairs, they've released guidelines that really permit a variety of diversified land use opportunities for agricultural operators, recognizing that, they need to diversify a little bit and find other ways of generating revenue while at the same time not losing the agricultural principle of the property. So there's a little bit of a diatribe between the way everybody else interprets that and the way the NEC is currently interpreting that. And they are going through some kind of early changes to their policy framework that seems to open the door a little bit for considering these types of diversified uses the way that the town would and any other municipality, essentially. But they're not quite there yet. But again, at the end of the day, any establishment in the Niagara Escarpment Commission that would be included with our business licensing framework would have to comply with their development permit policies, with their land use policies. So if they're only recognizing B&Bs as a permitted land use when it comes to accommodation, then that would be for lands within their jurisdiction until there's movement. Otherwise, that's what it would be.
Okay, so at this point, it's a B&B in the NEC lands, that's it? That's all that would be approved?
Well, I mean, I think, and through you, Mr. Chair, there are applications that are in the hopper for more of that diversified accommodation type land uses that, we're not quite sure yet what the end result will be with the NEC. There could be some movement on that, but traditionally speaking, yeah, and some of the commentary that's been received to date, that is the case. It's mostly the B&Bs that are supported by the NEC, but time will tell.
Okay, all right, that's my questions, Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Timmers. Councillor Rinchema.
Thank you, Chair Patriva. So I have a question. I know that we know that there's 211 units or 211 short-term accommodation rental opportunities within Lincoln. Do we know, am I assuming correctly that those are either on Airbnb or whatever the other platform is, or else we wouldn't know they exist? Is that true?
So through your chair to the councillor, so I mean 211 listings, not necessarily properties, as
Yeah.
I previously mentioned, councillor. But do we know? I think the question is, do we know on which platform they're promoting?
Do we know that they're all on one of those platforms that require proper insurance, or can we think, because that's how we know they exist, because they're on one of those platforms?
Yeah, correct. So, I mean, you know, the AirDNA software basically scrapes the data from these online listings. And so if we're capturing them, then we're identifying they're on Verbal or Airbnb. If, for example, a bed and breakfast or a short-term accommodation has their own website and own booking system, then we don't know. And so that's part of the problem, is right now, we don't know how many short-term accommodation or B&B breakfast establishments we have in our community. So that's part of the reason why we're doing this, is to sort of really understand what we have out there and to make sure that everyone is playing by the same rules.
Okay, so further to that, I've had the question, moving along, my concern is that, you know, I don't know what our responsibility is, and I think I asked this of you, Mr. Bruder, a week and a half ago or something, when we had a little kind of pre-discussion about all this, so we could kind of understand, we had an opportunity to ask questions. And my question was, what's our responsibility as a municipality to protect people who are coming in and renting a unit that we don't really know exists, and they could walk out on, this is maybe a bad example, but it's an example, you could walk out on the balcony and fall and break your back. Or, sorry, maybe I shouldn't use that example, but maybe that is a good example, somebody gets hurt in the house. What's our responsibility to make sure that a business operating within our municipality, and this is just one of my concerns, my other is pressure on the rental market, but we've already taken care of that under the zoning bylaw, presumably, right? So what is our responsibility to make sure that those businesses are properly insured? We've heard that Airbnb requires that the insurance is there, so we're happy about that. And the answer was, we probably should have some sort of responsibility in that regard. Is that the answer, and can you speak further to that? Because that's sort of always been one of my biggest concerns all along.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. You know, the example you provided, I think you even mentioned maybe a deck. Well, that spans a bunch of different responsibilities that we have, even from things like a building permit standpoint. There's building code, there's fire code, there's a bunch of things that all go into the safety, not just of potential occupants of STAs, but just generally speaking. So there's that. But in terms of asking for insurance or proof of insurance and making sure the town's listed in there as well, the specific insurance threshold that we're asking for, that's very consistent as well with what we do, even for example, a food truck that would be coming in on municipal lands for a day. We'd be asking for the same insurance with that. So it's not really an outlier, but I feel we collectively feel, because we're implementing a framework that there is, you know, a responsibility to ensure that these measures are at least in place.
Well, I guess I agree. We should be asking for insurance if we're implementing a framework. But I guess my question is, behind all this, is there an assumption that our responsibility is to make sure that everybody in our community is safe when they rent a short-term accommodation? And the answer was yes, we heard that earlier on, health and safety. So if there's operations out there that we don't know about and we want to know about them, and currently we don't know about, and we don't know if they have proper liability insurance to protect people who are coming in and using those operations, we have to figure out a way to do it. Whether we're actually doing that tonight, I'm not completely sure. Well, what I'm not completely sure about is if it's as least onerous as it could possibly be on those that have to apply for it. There's a lot of information going around, and I don't think I'm going to be supporting it either, just because I feel like my head's kind of swimming in many different directions. But I thank you for answering my question.
Yeah, I mean, you know, through you, Chair, to the councillor. So we do know, and through our research, and I know Councillor Miklik had mentioned it earlier in terms of some of the concerns that other municipalities have when it comes to partying. I think there was reference to a shooting. We know, looking at some news stories that happened in Montreal and Toronto in terms of, in Montreal specifically, there was a fire in an Airbnb where unfortunately some people lost their lives. And so, you know, the idea being is, what is the municipality's responsibility or liability when it comes to these issues. That's probably a legal question, but I think at the end of the day, one of the requirements that we're including is that the municipality be named as an additionally insured in these places, so that if there were sort of legal questions, we'd be covered on that side of things. In addition, I know some of the platforms, Airbnb specifically, because more and more municipalities in Ontario are bringing forward this licensing system, they are identifying on the listings if that listing has an approval from the municipality, which gives that visitor an additional sense of comfort that the municipality has approved it, and there are ostensibly some inspections or something that went along with that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rinchma. Mayor Easton.
Well, this is a very interesting discussion, and I can't say that I'm satisfied with what I'm hearing. And let me explain. First of all, I well understand that the NEC has authorities and that we will find them as commenting agencies on a number of occasions, but they are at the bottom of my list. So, Harold, you'll have to sort out your issues with them. Because, in my opinion, they are a third party, and we have a whole lot of other things to sort out before we deal with them. I'm sure it'll come up, no doubt. I want everybody that's in this room and who stayed long and listened to everything that's going on to understand that this is not the first rodeo of this staff to work on difficult issues. There isn't anybody who would disagree with that statement. And there are all kinds of problems that have to come to the fore where the staff sit down with people, all kinds of people, and help them work through difficulties. That's how we get development done here, because we've always operated from the position of, let's find out how we can do it. It's not about saying no, it's about how are we going to get it done. So just keep that in mind if you're concerned that we've given up on that mantra, because we haven't. So I'm sitting here trying to figure out how we're going to salvage this. The staff did what we asked them to do. We sent them away and we said, we have a lot of information and we need to be able to sort this information out. So off you went, you consulted with 20 different groups, you found out that we're sitting in a number 4 position. Basically, we're not the harshest and we're certainly not the most lenient. We're somewhere in the middle, which is not too surprising. So the question now is, how do we take this motion that we have before us and move it into position so that we can respect the work that you've done and so that we can move forward in a productive manner? Not because we're saying we would want to say to anybody that this is easy and all it's going to take is a matter of us sitting down and coming up with a few changes. It's not going to be that at all. There's a framework here. I'm trying to figure out, I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm trying to figure out how do all the concerns that were raised at the first meeting and all the concerns that were raised tonight fit in with what has just been reported. I couldn't possibly do that, just by, so I need to see that framework. It may be closer than we think. It sounded like there was a fair number of concessions. I'll tell you one of my concerns, and I will have a question, Mr. Chairman. My biggest concern is the fact that there's third-party businesses involved here that have absolutely nothing to do with this town. They seem to have a whole lot to say about what happens on properties in the town, and we are left holding the bag if there's an issue. We even have this problem when people come into town to catch chickens, and people rent out properties, and they create a major, major problem. Never mind people coming in to stay and enjoy themselves because this is a beautiful place to be. So, Mr. Chairman, my question is, Mr. Bruder, now that I've given you at least 3 minutes to think of the answer, what do you think? How do you think that we can most respectfully approach the work that's been done with the concerns that are raised and move forward? Because we have a lot of different models that we use to get work done here, and they all involve talking to people, and they all involve negotiations, and the outcome from many of those discussions is really quite substantial and I think quite outstanding in almost every case. So I've given you a little bit of time to think of it. I'm not looking for, and the CAO may have comments as well, Mr. Chairman, I'm just want to put something on the table. What's happening here, there's nothing wrong with what's going on here. These issues are fraught with many problems because of abuses that have taken place in a lot of different areas, a lot of different places. And I think that Councillor Mikulik is quite right. Some of the information that we were dealing with when that motion was written really were quite concerning. So if anybody thinks we're overreacting, let me encourage you to change your mind very quickly. We take our responsibilities very seriously. So let me know what you're thinking, because I don't think any of us want to leave here with any idea that what you've given us is the wrong information. It's how this information needs to be packaged.
Through you, Mr. Chair, and I might defer to our CAO for some further comment, but, you know, again, I just want to reiterate, this has been an extensive process. You know, we've heard from differing ends of the spectrum in terms of what the expectations are, and to your point, you know, on the side of maybe lenient and onerous, we're trying to remain slightly on the lenient side, if anything else. That was our best effort to come forward today in recognizing what some of the general industry practices are, what the typical approaches are, and then trying to get a little more specific in terms of what we heard at the public meeting and making those concessions that you're talking about. Tonight I've heard issues with respect, or potential issues with respect to, you know, the desire for more outreach. I've heard the desire for reconsideration of bed and breakfasts, even though we've provided our justification in terms of where we're at and why we've gone in the direction we have. But I think these are all, if they're widespread concerns, there seems to be a few of them. We're in council's hands. I mean, we've done an extensive amount of work, but if these are the core issues that we need to see flushed out a little bit further, if that's council's pleasure, that's something we can try to take away and come back to you, but I'll defer to the CAO for any further comments.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to members of council. I don't think I've got a lot more to add to what Matt said. I think I'm sensing council wants us to go back to the drawing board a little bit to see what we can flesh out. I do want to make it clear, there were some comments made that the situation in 2021 is different than the situation now. The only difference is we're not in the middle of COVID. I would suggest to you that high-rise development across our region is here to stay, so there isn't a change from 2021 to now. I think that will be something that we continue to deal with, but should council want us to work with the industry, I've heard some complaints, some issues this evening. It sounds like you're in support of a framework around short-term accommodations, and I think that's something that we should flesh out if staff are going to go back. But what you really want us to do is look at maybe some further flushing out of the requirements or some of the challenges that our residents and business owners are still expecting. However, I do want to say, I think we need to be clear, you need to be clear with staff. We're either going forward to enhance this framework and to continue to work on it, or we're not. So I would ask council for that clarity.
Okay, I appreciate that clarity. That helps a great deal. And I also want to clarify that in no way should anybody misinterpret my comments to mean that this is a free-for-all. This is a very serious move that we need to take next in order to get that framework very clear. And then if there's something that has to be modified, we'll know that we're modifying it from the right position. We aren't here to satisfy absolutely every person's self-interest. That, I know, that's an impossibility. But the fact that we've gone to 20 other communities to find out how they've figured out the solutions is very, very helpful. And so, Madam Clerk, I guess, Mr. Chairman, through you, the question, and I know there's, I'm quite happy to wait for Councillor Reimer to speak, because I think it's his first time to speak. And then we'll need some clarity, I think, Mr. Chairman, from the clerk on how we can, how we have to go about it. Do we actually have to have a separate motion? I don't want to discard this motion. That's not the intention of what I'm talking about. It's to go forward to enhance. I agree with the CAO. So I'm going to go, so you can get rid of me, and let's hear from, thanks. I'm not sure.
Okay. Councillor Reimer.
Thank you, Chair Patriva. I think, picking up on what the Mayor Easton was bringing forward, I think there's a key phrase that's built into several places in the report and in the motion itself about staff monitoring for a year. And like Mayor Easton, and it's been mentioned, this is something that we asked for. It's been quite a while in the making. The staff have done a lot of work on this. And through you, Chair Patriva, to Director Bruder or to Director D&E, what does that look like? Several places it says, and it's in the proposed bylaw amendment, there's different pages here where I kind of noticed that you have staff monitoring for 1 year. And like I said, it's in the motion as well. What does that look like? So 2 parts. What does that look like? And then how easy is it to refine and adjust? Because I think for myself, that's a key to this. I don't think we're going to get it perfect. If we're looking to get it perfect right off the bat, I don't think it's going to happen. We could be waiting here 10 years from now. But I'm resting in that and the fact that we can not really adjust on the fly, but I mean, is there something we can build into that 1 year of licensing? What does that look like? Sorry, I'm rambling now, but through you, Chair Patriva.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Well, I think we want to monitor first how uptake is going, how application submission is going. Is it as streamlined as it could be? Are there opportunities to streamline further and look at what the deliverables are, how they're submitted? Can we make it even a little bit less onerous if it's still found to be onerous in the first place? And again, we've tried to simplify it to date. We can look at that. We can look at performance in terms of the fee submitted. How is that doing for us in the overall picture in terms of cost recovery? We look at it from an MLE, municipal law enforcement perspective, in terms of having people out to deal with any issues that might be arising. There are a variety of things that we're going to be monitoring. We're going to monitor the numbers of STAs and as well, and make sure that we make informed decisions going forward. With respect to how easy some of the revisions are, some of them will be easier than others. We'll look at how the land use permissions are going as well. Those, as you know, if you do change things like definitions in a zoning bylaw or something like that, you have to go through a little bit of a process. There is a public process involved, inherent in that. We would try to make everything as public as possible anyways. We're going to be reporting back to council for a report for everybody. So that would be a component. But again, it's kind of all those different ingredients. I don't think it's any one thing more than the other, but we're going to be watching how the program's unfolding, for lack of a better term. And if there are adjustments to be recommended, we would do so.
And follow up to that, Chair Patriva. So should a certain STA owner come up, like all of a sudden it's, kind of an aha moment, like this doesn't make sense. And we, staff, we kind of sit down and figure, or sorry, staff and you and the owner figure something out. Excuse me, figure something out. Time-wise, do we have to wait the year? Can it come? If it needs to come to council, can it come ahead of time? I mean, let me rephrase that, Matt. I have perfect faith in staff to find solutions. The staff have proven over and over again over the years how they find solutions. So that part doesn't worry me at all. It's if that needed us to, speak to it or through an approval, how fast do we need to wait the year? Or is that sort of, would that be the time that anything's going to show up? Would it be that year?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd want to be efficient too, just to make sure, we capture as many as we can when we come forward with an update that may be needed, as fulsome as possible. But with that said, if it's a significant enough issue that's brought forward and there's merit to it and an aha moment, as you mentioned, I'd like to think we'd be agile enough that we could bring something forward to council earlier than just waiting a full year. Maybe there's an additional opportunity to report in between then. Maybe it doesn't have to be, it could be at the end of the education period and another one. There's a bunch of ways that we could look at reporting back as well, but I would want to maintain that agility. If it was something significant that was unfolding as a result of the process, we would react to it.
Thank you, Director Bruder. Just a comment, Chair Patrick, I think the proactivity part of this issue is huge as well. We've been, as a council, if we're going to hear feedback, it's from being not proactive. And we don't have to go very far back. We can go back to the cannabis issue, but we got hammered pretty big for not having stuff in place. And I'm not trying to put the similarity of this as the explosiveness, but I think it's being proactive to have some structure in place. And if we can adjust it on the fly, I think that's a good thing. So thank you, Director Nina. Thank you, Chair Petrio.
Thank you, Councillor Reimer. And just before I go to Councillor Bernay and Councillor Russell, who are coming in for the second time, just a quick comment, if I may. We've heard about, and I appreciate all the work the staff has put into this, because you've gone over 20-odd municipalities and looked through what they've done and tried to come up with the best practice. And that's what we always say, right? Come up with the best practice. I know we throw it around, a Made in Lincoln solution. I think there's a little bit of wiggle room, but one of the things, here's just a quick question, rather than pass the chair. The big thing is that, and it's come up time and time again, is that additional costs incurred by the operator. Are we able to, much like a planning application, Matt, where someone comes in and we give them a list, A, B, C, D, these are the steps you need to follow. Are we able to detail any potential additional costs that might arise and provide those? Like, we've changed the fire plan to a fire protocol, but there might be a cost, but we don't know what that cost is. So I think that's the other thing. It's the unknown, that if we were able to list those, I think that might provide a bit of ease, because again, you got to weigh these against your bottom line, right? A couple things that my father always drilled into my head: 50% of nothing is nothing. So you need to actually look in your own mind and look at your business plan and say, is this viable? And I think there's a few of these things that are unknown, and that's the hesitancy that the community's facing. So I think we're almost there, if I may.
Yeah, no, fair comments. I think really though, there shouldn't be too much in the way of additional costs. Additional costs will arise, for example, if something comes up with the operation, there needs to be some inspections by some, that would be, and it's hard to quantify, because for some operators, there might not need to be that. But for the deliverables themselves, I would like to think that's relatively consistent, the ones that are identified. It's just some of those things that might come part and parcel with some, I'm going to call it a site-specific complication that could arise, not necessarily will, but could.
Yeah.
So I get your point. We do have kind of an inspection schedule, generally speaking, but it gets hard to quantify those numbers,
No,
right? Because it varies.
I know. Okay. Councillor Russell, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, second time in. I don't mind being the bad guy. I was hoping this was going to be far more prescriptive and far more strict, and I know I mentioned that to both of you in our consultations. Where we've landed and the fluidity of it, that we have the ability to change it as the years come, again, I'm okay with that as well. The one thing that I want to touch on, the Councillor Bernay mentioned it about the consultation. I'm just wondering, going back to, if the yearly fee is a stumbling block or one of the things that causes most ire amongst our traditional B&Bs or our operators, during the consultations, have we received any financials from any of our partners out there, just to find out, like, if somebody's only renting a room a few times a year, should they be paying a percentage versus somebody who's renting 5 rooms every single week and they're making 200, again, I'm just throwing numbers out there, don't pretend these are real, but they're making $200,000 where somebody's making $20,000. Should the two operators be paying the same fee?
So through you, Chair, to the councillor, I mean, the data that we look at, councillor, is aggregate. And so, and I'm pulling this off the top of my head, so I may be a little bit off, but I know looking at AirDNA software, it does showcase that, the average operator could be making upwards of $50,000 per year on properties. Now, again, 50,000, right? But again, that fluctuates and it's very much an average. And at the end of the day, is there an opportunity to look at, different cost structures based on some of that? It's very difficult because we're looking at the average. So then we're going to have to, is there a requirement that then the operators are showing us financials for a year? I would say some people behind me would say that's, very bureaucratic and, hey, I don't want to share that information with you. And so at the end of the day, I mean, I think we could look at all possibilities, but that might be a difficult one to look at.
So follow up on that. As the map rolls out, we're going to be getting some of that data. We can extrapolate out what their actual revenue is based on their sales down the road, correct? Could we then potentially go back and look at that model to see if that is something that may be more palatable to all of our stakeholders, where their fees are more related to their actual business requirements?
So through Chair, possible, something we could look at. It is a little bit chicken and the egg, but yes, we'll definitely, if needed, take a look at that.
Okay, and that's where, again, with the fluidity of where things are, I know that's something we need the data to come in before we can even get to making a decision on that. So, again, I do ask, again, councilors that do have concerns and want amendments, again, voice them so that there is direction to staff on where to go and what to change. As we stand right now, I'm okay as it stands, and again, have that fluidity to change things as things come up over the years. So thanks for all your work.
Thank you, Councillor Russell. Councillor Brunei.
Thank you, Chair Pachariva. So, appreciate all the discussion that's taken place. I'll go back to something I mentioned earlier, and it was probably not directed as a question, but I guess I'm going to direct it as a question now. Mr. Deaney, do you actually think there is a concern, and do you feel it's a concern that's validated, that we are actually going to put potential operators out of business or drive them underground? Do you think that's a real possibility? And the second part is it, do you think that's a concern that we should be talking about?
So Chair, through you to the councillor, I mean, the principal residency requirement in the urban boundary, which, correct me if I'm wrong, Director Bruder, is already in our zoning bylaw, is an element that could put some short-term accommodation partners out of business. That is already currently in the zoning bylaw, though. So could we drive some of this underground? I mean, I think at the end of the day, there's enough, if you're marketing this thing on Airbnb or online, there's ways to see that. At the end of the day, though, and I stated at the start, we're very supportive in terms of the short-term accommodation sector. We're very supportive in terms of the tourism sector as well. So I do see our tourism development coordinator has come online. She wants to chime in as well, if I may.
Thank you, Mr. Deaney. Through you, Chair, to Councillor Brunei. Councillor, I know you are a great champion of tourism here in our community, and I guarantee you that our activities tonight and our comments are more about trying to drive our operators to the surface so we can identify them, so our team can properly aggregate this sector to put them on the map as a long-term solution and a short-term gap solver for us to solve the ability for our team to convert a day trip economy to an overnight economy. What I'm hoping for through this process is that our team has the ability in tourism development, now with the help of our DMO, to start marketing Lincoln and these incredible operators and the services that they offer to enhance the wraparound supportive amenities that already exist. I really truly think that what we're trying to do is support our local economy and really truly help these operators and allow us to further leverage their investment in our community and the incredible work they're doing and leverage that to a larger audience. And with their help and our reciprocal support, I think we can achieve that together.
So I appreciate that comment, and those are all, things that we should be absolutely trying to achieve. I guess my concern is, as you're speaking, I'm looking out throughout the gallery, and I'm reading body language, and I'm looking at, people, and I'm just feeling that, those are all things that we should aspire to, and they all sound good. I just want to make sure that every operator that we're trying to bring forward with this licensing framework also believes in that and has the faith in that. So through you, Chair, a second question. When I look at what we've changed from the public meeting in October 2023, we've removed the parking plan, we removed the ESA, et cetera, the septic with the region. When I look at what hasn't changed since the public meeting. And these are all things that, that everyone that we're speaking to, that we're hearing tonight, they're saying we're already doing all this through, Airbnb, et cetera, proof of ownership, proof of identity, proof of authorization of lawfully existing corporation, site sketches, floor plans. I come to the $2 million certificate of insurance. A lot of these operators are dealing with the insurance through Airbnb, which is $1 million. Why are we, explain to us why we're so committed to the $2 million?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think, again, and I know I keep going back to it, but, when we were ground truthing this with all types of other municipalities, that was the industry standard, but also, I alluded to it earlier, it's also a standard too, just generally speaking, that we look for things I mentioned earlier, like a food truck coming on town property for a day. That's what we would typically ask for. So just aligning with those requirements as well, that's where it came from.
And I appreciate that. And certainly, I've talked to, B&B operators that live within their home, and it's not that difficult to get, and it's not that onerous in terms of cost. Sure, you need to prove, same as I would be doing at my house, anybody would be doing, is there a fireplace, is there a wood stove, is there a swimming pool? I get all that. But with an Airbnb where you're not living in your home, it is difficult to get. I've talked to people that said, they went through 6 and 7 and 8 insurance companies to get it, and it's anywhere from $3,000 to $4,000. That is a fairly difficult barrier, in my estimation, to overcome. But, it seems to be something that we're not willing, and I respect that. I look at everything that's on here, and if everyone's doing this already, why can't we look at those businesses that are already in business, that have insurance in place, that have everything that we are asking them to do, and grandfather them in?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure, are we talking about grandfathering from a principal residency standpoint, or grandfathering them where they don't need to submit all the deliverables that we ask for as part of an STA application?
Let's talk about it. Let's have that engagement, and let's get the feedback on where, there's a point there to the mayor's comment. We've always worked towards solutions.
Mm-hmm.
There should be no barriers here. We should try to work towards what is the best possible, and we're never going to satisfy 100% of the people. But I think through proper engagement, we can really understand what the concerns are and where we can kind of meet on the soft spot. And so to your point, I don't have an answer for you, but I'm sure if you talk to those people out there, they can help us get to a place where we need to be.
I mean, through you, Mr. Chair, from a principal residency perspective, again, that's something that we already considered previously. That's not new specific to this framework, but I can tell you, generally speaking, it gets really difficult to start grandfathering because there's different instances, for example, if you looked at zoning, our new zoning bylaw was implemented in 2022, old one 1993. You have to make sure you can prove when certain things started and where. We're trying to create a more level playing field here across the industry, generally speaking. Those were kind of the main tenets on why we didn't grandfather that piece. On some of the other requirements, I mean, again, this is us coming to you with as balanced approach as we thought, given the information that we were able to glean and all the outreach that we have undertaken to date. Is there an opportunity to discuss some of these further? Sure. I mean, I don't think any of us here are saying no. I think we're understanding the theme of the conversation tonight. So if that's council's pleasure, then that's something we can do.
So Chair, I just want to end by saying that, I agree with Councillor Reimer. The last bullet point of the motion where we're directing staff to report back to committee after 1 year of licensing. And, does this meet the provincial PPS and the growth? That's a slam dunk to me. That there's no obstacle there that I'm not prepared to move forward with in this motion. But based on what we've heard tonight, from a number of people where they feel there should be, or there could be some differentiation in the zoning bylaw, and to ensure that, as an example, we talk about being a center of agricultural excellence, and we can maybe tighten this up and make sure we're looking at this through all the proper lenses. We don't want to look it back and say we missed something in terms of on-farm diversification and agritourism. I just think there's an opportunity to maybe call it whatever you want, whether it's a pause, whether it's a referral back to staff for further engagement, but I just think it's a missed opportunity to bring this to a vote tonight and just say, we're ready to move forward with the licensing and the bylaw and everything is perfect. I think we can do better than this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Brunet. So, and just before we go down that route, so I think it's something that we need to seek. So we need to seek some clarity on where we're going with this. Council, is it the annual fee? Councillor Russell brought up is it one room versus multiple rooms? I think that might be a point to look at. Application, is it still, in the operator's terms, is there still, and I don't know if this is a word, but I'm going to throw it out there. I will get vilified by Mr. Penichetti if it is there onerosity to it still? I know, there is, it's not a word, is it? But you know what I mean. Is it still too onerous, right? So I think those are a couple things we can kick around amongst us and actually provide some firm direction to staff to say, okay, we're happy with this. Let's drill down on A, B, and C, possibly. So I just wanted to throw that out there because we've got to come to some type of resolution so Councillor Rinchemann, maybe you can get us there with your question or your comments.
Possibly. Onerosity, I like that. So,
Well, you
so my, I'm in support of all this. I don't know, I'm sorry if what I said earlier on led you to think that I'm not, because I am, at least for the insurance reason. But if we can move forward with, we talked earlier on, we could move forward as is and then peel back perhaps on the onerosity. Can we peel back on the onerosity now and potentially add to the, well, we don't want to add to the onerosity, but could we, for example, and the onerosity is something that I want to look, I would like to defer and look into it further as we move forward. But if we can, if we could approve what's tonight and then take some of the onerous measures away, could we not take some of the onerous measures away today and look to adding them in the future? For example, if we asked for proof of ownership, to identify a contact person and proof of sufficient liability insurance. And I agree that $2 million is fair, because $1 million today is nothing. It doesn't get you far. So is that possible? And maybe that's something we need to look at if we defer.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I mean, it would be possible, but again, I think there need to be some type of consensus on exactly what we're doing. I think I would suggest if we're going to go down that road, probably the best chances, or the best opportunity is to defer the whole thing, if that's council's pleasure, and give us an opportunity to reevaluate how we proceed, or if we proceed, or what have you. But I think trying to figure it out today as we go might be a little bit of a challenge if we're making adjustments on the fly tonight. That's my opinion.
Thank you. I'm not suggesting that. I'm just thinking of as an example of something that we could have done, potentially we could change in the future. So I would suggest deferring, and not for a long period of time, but a time just to look at how onerous the application process is, and if there's other sort of layering application or layering fees that we can do that are specific to the operations, if there's any opportunity for that. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Easton. Thank you, Councillor Rinchma.
Sorry, Chair, Councillor Regima just put in a motion on the floor to defer the item. So we do need to vote on Councillor Regima's motion to defer, if you want to give me a moment to draft that so everyone can view. If that was your intent, Councillor Regima.
My mic's off. Yes, I would like to defer it.
Now, do you, if I may, do you want to put any parameters around the deferral? Or are you just asking for a straight deferral? Because I think what we've heard is that staff needs some direction. So I guess we'll speak to that motion. Okay, Your Worship?
So if you're looking for parameters, my parameters are that we look at if there's any way we can make the application process simpler, get away from the onerosity word, and if there's any opportunity to make the application process and parameters more specific to the operation. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll give you a second. And then we'll speak to that motion.
Okay, I'll put my mic off now.
Okay. Because it was very succinct, and you had talked about something more, so that's why I said, is there more? Okay. You're it, but in a second, because we'll let Devan craft this and throw it up, and then we will, yeah. Because you always like to see it. I know.
Through you, Chair, I'm just going to ask IT to put this up. Let me just save that.
I look very white. Yes, good. Okay, so now everyone's going to jump on this.
Sorry, it's just thinking while it makes its way to you.
I know it's not yet. I know. I think it's the fee and the complexity of the application still.
So through you, Chair, do you want me to read the crafted motion?
Sure, go ahead.
So it would be moved by Councillor Regima that item 721, short-term accommodations licensing bylaw and zoning bylaw amendment recommendation report, PD 0524, be referred back to staff until further public engagement / consultation has been completed and further investigation, and that staff further investigate the application process to simplify.
Okay. Mr. CAO, yes.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So I think in an effort to make things simpler for members of council, I think the motion you have before you is succinct and direct enough, and we'll put it back up.
Okay.
That allows you to vote. I think what we're talking about, and where we seem to be maybe getting slightly off topic, is we need to be a little bit more specific. I would ask you under your comments to me following this motion or in speaking to it, you tell me what it is you want us to go out and have conversations with people about. Is it cost? Is it the process being too onerous? Is it an amalgam of all of those things and other things? And if you leave it general, that's fine, we'll go out and we'll have conversations and we can come back with something.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Perfect. Mayor Easton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm not in favor of referrals because, as I said earlier, we have been through many processes with this staff that deals with complex issues, and I will go back to one of the oldest that you and others are familiar with, and that was the rules and regulations around how we were going to proceed to have tents on property and other such procedures that had to do with how we were going to carry out estate winery activities and value-added opportunities. And we never, ever nailed down all of those things before we implemented them. If we did anything that was a hindrance, was we left the rules in place too long, even when we were very clear exactly what was happening, and we could have made those changes. So I don't want us to fall into any traps where we are slowing this process down for the sake of a referral. And I certainly respect, thank goodness Councilor Regima has put something on the table that is moving us forward. So what I'm looking for, I want to know that we clearly understand that there's a framework here. We have a framework that is found in Appendix A largely. We have ideas and suggestions from members of the public, that some of which match with that and some which are contrary. That's okay. And that's what we need to talk about. And I hope that that's my understanding of what you just said earlier, because anything beyond that, I'm not supporting it, because it's not going to get us anywhere. And I agree that I don't want to be so loose with this that everything gets thrown out the window because it makes people uncomfortable. It's our liability collectively that we're talking about. And there's no shortage of situations out there that all communities are dealing with. These are not small things. These are very serious and I would say quite onerous behaviors that are going on at times. And the costs are really starting to bring communities down. So that's all I'm going to say about it. And we'll see what happens in between then and the vote. I'll make up my mind. Thank you.
Thanks, Your Worship. Councilor Timmers.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm losing my voice tonight. Thank you, Chair Pachariva. So, I do agree with Mayor Easton's comments. We have a framework. I'm not quite sure, we don't need to start over. And I feel like what we really need is just for staff to bring back, some kind of response to what we're hearing here tonight and maybe tweaking things. That's where I'm thinking. We're not reinventing this entire process. It's been an incredible amount of work that's already been done, but we are hearing some comments, we're hearing some questions that perhaps many of us around the table are just not really clear. And I think that's what I'm looking for, is just a little more clarity on a few of the items. And when I say that, the difference, I don't want to go into all the detail about all what's in the application. Like that can be discussed, but just some of the big topics that came out tonight, I think that's where I'm going, and that's what I would like to see, is just a little more. I hope am I being clear to staff with what I'm saying? Okay. Anyway, those are my comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Mincham. Councilor Michalak.
Thank you very much, Chair Pachariva, through you to staff. So by sending this back, let's say, are we going to proactively reach out to these members that have signed up, that are here till 11:15? Are we going to reach out to them to seek consultation, or are we just going to make ourselves available for consultation? Because I think there's a bit of a difference between one or the other. There could be people here that may not be comfortable to delegate or to make a presentation. They may have had an opportunity back in October, but, you know, given the complexity of it and given the challenge with it, like, you know, maybe, you know, do we open that door up, you know, to allow for further consultation?
Through your chair to the councillor, I mean, you know, the answer is yes, councillor. I think I know most of the people around here, but if I don't know anyone back here, I'd encourage maybe have a piece of paper at the front door where we can have people write down their names and contact information. And I know we'd personally be happy to sort of sit down with each individual. We can do it in a group setting, a roundtable discussion, whatever satisfies the need for more consultation. We're happy to do that, councillor.
And I appreciate that answer. I think that's one of the things I heard from a resident today, actually, while I was walking my dog. I hear a lot. And she had said that she wished that there was a way or a platform or a method where it was more of an open dialogue between, and I said, well, we have the open house where you meet with, you know, but she said that's a one-on-one meeting, you know, that they're talking to yourself and Matt, but she enjoys and appreciates hearing everybody's comments at once. She finds she gets educated more by hearing everything at once and then coming back and making comments. So I think, you know, that might be a good way to move this forward. I think we're on the right track. I don't think anyone's opposed to it altogether. I think it's just trying to get it, just tweak it a little bit to make it, you know, like a made in Lincoln solution, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mikula. Councillor Renchma.
Thank you, Chair Pachariva. I'm just going to suggest that we put a time frame on it. I'm going to ask if 2 months, do you think is fair enough, or a week?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we might need a little more than that, just because we got to provide, if we're going out and we're targeting with consultation, making sure people have enough notice to know what's coming down the pipe, I would suggest we need a little more time than that. I don't have an amount specific for you at the moment, but I'm not sure.
3 months?
2 months. 3 months might be enough, but.
If I may, would Q3 as a timeline be okay with staff?
What is that, September?
So that would bring you to July, August, and September?
Oh.
Over those 3 months, eventually a report over those 3 months, if that staff are agreeable?
Sounds fair to me, what you tell me.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think we could work towards that.
Now, having said that, will that have any implications, Mr. Deanne, on the mat tax?
So, Chair, to you, to all members of council, as I indicated that we still have a bylaw that states short-term accommodation partners need to start collecting municipal accommodation tax starting July 1st and be onboarded through our ORMA process, which is the Ontario Restaurant Hotel Motel Association. However, and I'll be clear on this, it's going to be a lot more difficult to collect in the sense that, you know, we don't know all the operators out there, so there could be some impacts in terms of our municipal accommodation tax revenues, which will impact our destination marketing organization and the money that we're flowing to there. So when I was last up here in December indicating that we want to start dropping operating contributions and start bringing mat tax contributions up, you know, don't yell at me when I'm in here in Q1 of next year stating, hey, we need to start shifting this stuff.
We can't talk out of both sides of our mouth.
Correct.
The deputy clerk threw out a time frame of Q3, but I mean, if you can turn it around quicker to accommodate that, if the 2-month time frame, and I don't want to put you under the gun, but is that doable when then we can ratify this by the end of Q2, rolling into that July 1st deadline? It's, Mr. CAO, that I'm looking to you for this. You're the captain of the ship.
Through you, Mr. Chair, can I suggest Q3 or sooner? Leave it in there as a, I think as a target. We will come back as soon as possible. It's going to depend on the type of conversations we have with the industry and a willingness from all of us to find a way forward.
Okay, and rather than a one-on-one, might a roundtable where we get everyone together and say, let's flush this out, which might, expedite the report back, right? Okay. Okay. We're good? Okay. So, Deputy Clerk, do we have that qu'est-ce que c'est?
Yes, through you, I can put this back up on the screen and read it for you. Give me one moment.
Okay.
And the amending motion is that, it's loading.
I just want to make sure, Councilor Renchema, you're okay? You're done?
So
Yes,
the-
that was all I was going to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
The recommended motion then is that item 721, short-term accommodation licensing bylaw and zoning bylaw amendment recommendation report, PD 0524, be referred back to staff until further public engagement and consultation has been completed, and that staff further investigate the application process to simplify and a report be brought back in Q3 2024 or sooner.
Okay.
And with that, I
Ask
will
the question.
put it to the vote. I have opened that vote. It doesn't say you're logged in. How would you like to, oh, there you go. Oh, perfect, I got it, and I'm going to close that vote. And that motion carries. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Okay, so we now consider item 7.2.2, report PD 07-24 regarding building activity report for 2023 fourth quarter and year end. Do members of committee have any questions? Mr. Greenaway has waited this whole time. Please, someone ask him something. Councilor Brunet, I can count on you. There you go. Excellent. Councilor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Greenaway, for spending the evening with us. I think the last time you were in front of us, I asked you if there's anything keeping you up at night. So this time I'm going to ask you, what are you hearing when you're out doing your visits? What are you hearing from the industry? What is the general tone from the industry in terms of, the way interest rates are and, the impetus to put shovels in the ground?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councilor Brunet, I think last time I was here, you asked me how I was sleeping, and along those lines, what's keeping me up at night. I don't think a whole lot's changed since you asked me that last question. What I'm hearing out on the job sites is what I was hearing last time, that these developers are ready to go, but they're waiting for a target interest rate before they put shovels in the ground. So this time last year, we had New Horizon Group come in and apply for their permit for Utopia West, and my understanding from them was they were going to go to market in the summer and start servicing in the fall. When the summer comes along, they said we're going to push marketing back to the fall, and in the fall, they said they're pushing it back till this April. I had a meeting with FBH Group about 3 weeks ago, and they want to apply for a permit the end of this winter, beginning of spring, for their, I believe it's a 6-story building beside Tim Hortons and Prudhome's. They tell me that they probably won't be building it this year, but they want to have a permit in place for if that interest rate hits that target in 2025, that permit will be in hand and they'll be able to go. That seems to be the common message I'm hearing on job sites, is the rates are too high right now and they need to drop.
What about any discussion, any feedback? I mean, you're our ears on the ground. What are you hearing about the raising of DCs?
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, I haven't really spoken to any of the builders, developers from the west of the municipality, which would be Hamilton through Halton, Peel, and Toronto, but I've spoken to some of the local ones from the east here, as well as the self-builders. They're not too happy with it, think it's a little bit high. But that comes with high DC rates, like, I get that, but I haven't heard the big builders from the west, what they have to say.
Thanks very much. Appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Greenway. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bernay. Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Greenaway, good to see you. Thanks for staying awake this long night. Question, you mentioned the target rate that some of these developers are hoping for. Any idea what that range is? Just lower, or is it like 2.5?
It's, I have no idea, but they all tell me the same story, that all their monies and holdings, it's in their land, so when they go to build buildings, they're borrowing. The public seem to think that developers have endless amount of monies for the buildings, but they say the same thing, that's in their land, not for putting up buildings, so they have to borrow to do that. So if Utopia West is a $25 million build, they're borrowing money on that. That's not a lot of profit with the way condos are selling right now at the price.
Yeah, no, very good point.
So to answer, I don't know what the rates are.
So I'm sure there was like some, like they're actually giving you a number, like when it hits 2.5%, these shovels are in the ground.
No, they have their number, but I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
I'm not privy to that.
And any update on Prudence? Like I see a lot of dirt there, mounds of dirt, but is there anything behind that dirt being built? Like what's our plan for Prudence?
Through you, Chair, that's a question I get pretty much every second day, whether it's at the arena or the food land. I can tell you that Circle K's applied for their gas station, their canopy. They tell me their fast food restaurants are finishing up drawings, and they'll be applying for those. That's as much as I know for the commercial block. I imagine planning would probably be able to answer that question better than me.
Okay. Yeah, I keep on driving by waiting for Popeyes to open, and again, lo and behold, that's not yet. So I was hoping maybe one day the dirt will just kind of like split and Popeyes will be there, but I guess not. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Councillor Russell. Yes, anything we can do to stop Councillor Russell driving to 50 Road or into 4th Avenue in St. Catharines, then let's expedite that, and maybe he'll treat us all to a bucket of chicken. So, Councillor Michalak.
Thank you very much, Chair Patrieva, through you to Andrew. Like, when you mention numerous developments have already applied for or obtained building permits for new dwellings, and you mentioned a number of developments, are they obtaining permits for the whole development, or just like 1 or 2 or 3 at a time? Like, is that, like, how excited do we get when we see that paragraph there?
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, these, the ones you're commenting about is there's a street off of Highland Park in Vista Ridge. That's part of the existing subdivision. So there's, I believe, 4 out of the 7 have been applied there. And the other 2 sites, they're not pulling all the permits. I believe Royal Maple in Jordan has 49. We're processing 6 for them right now, and the other site would be up in Camden, the Vineyards, Mountain Village up there. Yeah, so of that site, they've got permits for 2, and I believe they've applied for 2 more that are on the books right now. So it's the sites aren't maxed out for permits. They're just applying. Now that the services are in, they're able to apply for permits.
All right, thank you. And just follow up to that question through you. These builders are aware of potential increases to the DC charges, so they're aware.
Correct, yeah, through you, Chair. These builders that are doing these 2 sites are part of the Niagara Home Builders Association, and I believe the Phelps rep, David Zahamis, is on the, he's the president of the Niagara Home Builders Association. And I know DeHaan Homes, I've spoken with them about the rate increase, so they know about it as well.
Okay, I'm just trying to get a sense of, is it 5,000, 10,000, 20, 50, 100, like what that threshold is, in relation to interest rates when it comes to putting a shovel in the ground or selling a house. Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Bernay, let's bring us home.
Yep, thank you. So, through you, Chair, Andrew, you mentioned Circle K. I thought I had heard back when the Tim Hortons was still spinning around that there was something related to the Circle K. Is there DC charges being generated from the Circle K or not?
Through you, Chair, we haven't calculated the DCs yet, but there's a credit from the old Tim Hortons and the old Subway building, because those ones have been demolished within the last 5 years. So a credit was given to Tim Hortons, and then there's a leftover, a surplus of square footage that will be applied to the Circle K. So I don't know what that number is, but there may be a little bit of amounts owing after the credit's given.
Yeah, I thought I remembered something about that, so I'm just wondering through you, and maybe this is better directed to Charlotte or to our CAO, but, you mentioned when Councillor Russell asked the question about, is there a bogey where, people are feeling confident? Are you hearing with relationship to the DCs going up again, and if these builders, don't have the cash to outlay, are you hearing from the industry? Because I thought I read something in the news in some other municipality whereby what's starting to happen is developers and builders are asking to be able to come up with some sort of a payment plan on the way they can, rather than arriving at Town Hall on December 31st before the deadline, that they're looking for, and payment plans. Is that something you're hearing? Is that something that has come across through the stakeholder engagement, or I'm just wondering if you're hearing it, or maybe the CEO wanted to comment?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Brunet. Of all the active permits and the ones that are in the pipeline, I've only been a part of one that's recommended a meeting. We've sat down with them and they've asked for one. I know Charlotte and Paul's been dealing with him. I don't know what's come out of it. But I was part of it, so I've only had one that's requested to have a payment plan, like a deferral agreement, instead of paying upfront. So they could pay by maybe 25% when the permit's issued, another 25%, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months later. But this was just a request if it's something that we would look at, and I know Paul and Charlotte are dealing with them, and that's as far as I've gotten with it.
So, yeah, like I say, I thought I read something in a paper recently where this was starting to become an issue in municipalities. I didn't know Charlotte was on the call, but I see she's there. So I'm assuming that this would have to be a legal and binding document that we'd have to sign if this is something we were going to entertain. I don't want to go down a rabbit hole at 11 o'clock at night, but.
Ms. Tunikaitis, please go ahead.
Through you, Chair. Thank you. Good to see you all at 11 o'clock at night, too. I see the CAO there was turning his microphone on, so I do want to allow him to talk. It isn't something that I regularly have been hearing about. It is something that very rarely I have heard someone ask for, but that is something that would, I think have to go to council for approval.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I don't have a lot more to add. We are having stakeholder consultation. We had another one last week. This wasn't anything that came up. Like I said, we had a good iterative conversation with the development community, but anything in terms of a payment plan hasn't come forward. I am aware of the one that we're all referencing, that we're part of. It's to do with the commercial development here on Ontario Street. And so it is something that, if need be, we'll have further conversations and come before council, but it isn't something we're hearing yet, Councillor.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. There being no further discussion, I have a motion moved by Councillor Brunet to receive and file as information report PD 07-24 regarding building activity report for 2023 fourth quarter and year end. I will now ask our Deputy Clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair. That vote's now open. And that motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Devan. We have no confidential items. Do we have any committee remarks, or are we all talked out? Okay, I see none. So there being no further business, I call this meeting adjourned at 11:03. Thank you.
No, there's one down by the Penn Center.